Morning. Morning, everybody. It's Friday.
Morning.
7/7/2017. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with me. I broke a tooth on this side yesterday.
Oh, no.
And it was like a cap that, or I think it was a filling. It didn't fall out. My tooth broke in the back. And then on this side, I'm having jaw issues.
Oh, no.
And so I'm like, oh, I feel like crap today. Yes, money is inspiring. Grandma Magic Classic says she's working on her listings already, and that the need for money is inspiring her.
After like a week, I sold something yesterday.
Yeah?
It was like a $12 item, but, you know.
Well, better than nothing. Good morning, Sherry, and good morning, Mario. How are you guys doing today? If any of you guys want to come on here, let me know and I'll figure out how to get a link to you. You can come on. No need to be shy.
We're all friends.
Yeah. Oh, Mario's stuck at her day job. Well, I know how that is. I understand, Sherry. Sherry's doing her other gig at her house too. She has another job. Oh, Grandma Magic Classics has listed 75 this week, and her goal is 100 for the week. That's great. That's great. I really wanted to make a listing challenge, but maybe we'll make one today, just for the weekend. Because I'm off. Well, I'm off Sunday, Monday, Tuesday this week. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Just until the money starts rolling in, just list like crazy person, and you know, but you have to continue. You know, you have to continue that to keep it going, to keep it rolling in. I know I've had some really good sales this week. I sold a casserole dish yesterday for $27. It was Corningware.
I haven't had any good sales on eBay, but I've had good sales on local sales.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sold that piece of glass, those pieces of glass yesterday at through my yard sale site for $30. So I'm trying to do that a little bit too, just, you know, kind of working on both.
Yeah, I'm trying to unload some of my bigger stuff locally, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well. And that's a good way to, you know, kind of, you know, open your inventory up, you know, a little bit. And, you know, this will go to eBay. This will go to, you know, yard sale site or Craigslist or wherever, you know. Grandma Magic Classic says it's all smalls, but no more shopping until bills get paid. I understand that. And Mario said that she sold a handbag before she came to work last night, so she shipped it out already. So that's good. My husband usually does my shipping most of the time. Every once in a while, he'll, you know, be laid up or something, and he can't stand over the table to do it, but most of the time he can get it done real quick and be done with it. And it's better. I hate doing the shipping, so it's better for me if he does it. But
oh, that would be awesome to have somebody else doing my shipping.
Yeah. Mario says that she won't let her husband do her eBay. I'm kind of like that too. I'm a little bit, leery of, other people touching my eBay stuff, but shipping, I can handle that because I hate doing it. I shouldn't say I hate it. I could do it. And I do it sometimes, but most of the time he'll do it. And she says he will mess things up.
Some husbands you can't touch or trust.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that.
Some husbands don't have attention to detail.
Right. And I've taught Brandon how I want things done. And he knows that if he doesn't do it the way that I want him to, that I'll nag. And he doesn't like to hear me nag, so he knows better. He knows that he just needs to do it and do it the way I want it, You don't
want to make his little stinky butt mad.
No, he does not. He does not.
I remember that day. Like, why would you say that on camera? Every once in a while, I gotta throw it in there.
Purpose, believe me. Oh my gosh.
Every once in a while, I gotta throw that in there.
my ass doesn't stink, just so you know. But he just, I don't know why he calls. I know, but yeah, that's what he calls me. I mean, I fart and burp like any other person. It's like, I mean, there's girls that or women that say they don't fart or whatever. They're too.
Yeah.
I don't know, distinguished or whatever to fart in front of their husband. I'm not.
Me neither.
I'm like, this is me. You either take me for all I am or you don't take me,
I don't know if I ever told you this story. Am I okay? Am I sound okay?
Yeah. Go ahead. We need a Nikki story this morning.
I don't know if I ever told you this, but when me and my husband, I think we were first married or we were just getting ready to get married. I think we were first married.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, my husband, me, and my brother were out on the floating raft in the middle of the lake.
Uh-huh.
Those swimming, them rafts out in the middle of the lake that you can go and jump off of.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, we were catching little panfish. Or laying on our bellies with some string and some hooks, and we were catching these little sunfish or whatever they were, little panfish. Anyways, and I said, "Excuse me," and my brother looked at me like, "What the hell?" And I look at him like, "What?" I said, "Excuse me." He goes, "I can't believe you just farted in front of your husband, or in front of Gary." And I was like, "Why wouldn't I?" And he's like, "Well, Linda, his wife, doesn't fart in front of me."
Oh.
I said, "Well, Linda don't fart." He goes, "Not in front of me, she don't." I was like, who gives a shit? Like, I sure as hell ain't gonna hold. What the hell was I supposed to do? We're in the middle of a freaking lake. Was I supposed to get in the water and fart? Scare away all the fish? I mean, what was I supposed to do? I had a fart.
Right.
Sure as hell. I sure as hell ain't gonna hold it in and have gut pain.
Right. Yeah.
Shut up.
I totally agree with you. Yeah, it's over there.
All righty then. I'll be in shit.
And when I heard him call you stinky butt, I never thought your butt stunk. I just thought it was a cute term of endearment.
Right.
Kind of like when I call my daughter pumpkin butt.
Yeah, I mean, I got my names for him too.
They're not quite so cute, are they? No.
Hey, Gal Cash says, if a fart happens, I'm not going to flip on somebody. It's whatever. But I cannot stand when someone makes a show of it. Lifting their leg, forcing it out, fanning the air toward me. Hell no. I agree. I agree. Don't like.
Like when I fart, I don't think. Couldn't believe why it was so offensive. You know?
Right.
All they did was hear it. They didn't smell it.
I don't know.
The only time I fart stink is if I'm sick or if I haven't pooped in a while. Otherwise, I don't have stinky farts, so I don't know why it was so offensive.
Oh, I do. They're awful.
My husband's awful. His are offensive. But it's okay for him to fart all day.
It's like, oh my God, I've just got to get away from myself.
I told my husband he's got to be rotten inside or something.
Hey, Cal Cash says I'll throw a motherfucker straight out of my truck. I ain't messing up my fancy seats and ruining my cabin air filter and quality. That's hilarious.
Yep. Why his is so bad sometimes the seat has stunk when he got up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I gotta sit in that seat and I'm gonna smell like a fart all day.
Right. Sherry says my husband will say I was asleep. I'm like, BS, I heard you push that sucker out with a grunt.
Yeah.
Grandma Magic Classic says I've told Grandpa to go see a doctor. Nobody should smell like that.
Exactly. That's what I tell my husband. Gross.
It's like, oh my God, did something die inside of you? Seriously, yep. Did something die inside of you? I don't think he's in Alabama right now. If I'm not mistaken, he's somewhere else.
Oh.
Zilke, Bearded Picker.
Mm.
He says, "Damn traffic! Don't these idiots know I have road rage issues?" Yeah, he said he's outside Louisville right now.
Mm.
What are you doing? Sourcing? I think he's probably sourcing on the road.
Probably.
Yeah, so I mean, sales haven't been completely awful, but no. I mean, and I haven't really. I mean, I've listed. I've made drafts, but I've not put any listings through in a few days. But I'm working right now, so that's one reason.
I haven't been listening at all.
Me. Huh?
I haven't been listening at all. I've been traveling and doing stuff, and
yeah.
Wednesday I was going to start, and then I decided to go fishing. And then yesterday, I don't know what I did. I didn't list though. I did something else.
Yeah.
Now today I have good intentions again. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I probably won't finish any listings until I'm off on Sunday. Unless I feel like it later, but after the show I'm probably gonna go to bed, so I'm just not.
And if there's any newbies out there watching, do not do what I do right now, because you will not sell anything. You will not make any money.
Don't do what I do.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Well, I mean, it's, from my perspective, I mean, I know that I'm working on stuff right now, but I usually have some time in the morning to get some stuff done, but today was kind of an off day because I had come home from work and was home for a little bit, and I usually go to the bathroom and change my clothes and stuff, and I was doing that and changed my clothes and stuff, and my son messaged me and said that he needed a ride home from work, and I didn't know that, because usually I would have just went from my work to his work, and but and so it kind of screwed me up a little bit today, and because usually I can get some stuff done in that time frame, but naked man standing here next to me. But so it kind of messed me up a little bit, trying to get anything done. Did you finish that?
Yeah, I need a label.
Okay. Give me just a minute. Might have some dead air. Nikki, think of a story.
You know me, I can always find a story. No, I don't have any stories. I listed a couple things on OfferUp. Oh, man. Hi, Eric.
Hey. How's everybody doing?
I couldn't think of a story.
Oh. She's being fondled by naked man.
Yeah, I'm shipping.
Okay, my eyes aren't focusing yet. So. Oh.
I was just telling on my lot. I listed a few things on OfferUp. Try that out for a while. I've been doing pretty good on Facebook and Craigslist.
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with those sites. I mean, you just don't have the audience that you have on eBay, but
no, but to get rid of some of your big stuff is good that way.
Yeah.
I don't get as much money on those sites, but
well, clothing you can still do on Poshmark. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's the right type. I mean, it's all about the right stuff for the right venue.
But yeah, you don't make as much money as you do on eBay.
Well, yeah, you don't have as many people. Let me turn the sound down. Since you don't have as many people, you don't have as many opportunities. You don't have as much competition.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's just kind of the way you got to deal with.
I just figured, since I'm on my little siesta here, or my whatever you call it, sabbatical, I figured I'd try a few different other things,
You been to the auction lately?
I told her. No, the auction was canceled. Canceled yesterday because he took the day off. There's a storage shed auction today. Just one storage shed is available. But usually I don't get those because they're crap or they go way too high. Because we have a We have a local auction guy who's an online auction,
Mm-hmm.
and he usually goes to those, and he's willing to pay way more than most people.
Well, I was always surprised. I mean, the local online auctions we have, I mean, they're every night, and I know what the one auctioneer I used to deal with. He didn't even know about him until I introduced him. Then he was on there buying stuff, and he was buying very specific items that he knew he could. He worked on a very small margin. I mean, he didn't mind paying 75% of the value of something, because he was buying a lot of watches and gold and silver, stuff like that. Because he knew he could take it to his live auction and still make money, because he's going to get the buyer's premium side of it as well. But it's still, I mean, I'm surprised that there's not more people buying estate sales up, and then I know Cincinnati Picker has his own auction website, and it's a very expensive prospect to do something like that.
Yeah.
The software typically runs you anywhere from $200 to $1,200 a month, depending on which company you use and how often you use it, how many hits you get. I mean, it's not
unless you buy your own.
Well, and that's a very expensive process.
But then you've got to,
you got to have hosting. You got to have, and a lot of what happens is these guys. I had some friends that actually were doing it for a while, and they were paying. It was $200 to load up an auction, and then and you got something like 5,000 or 8,000 hits that were not charged to you. But once you got over like 8,000 hits, and that's anybody going to the website and clicking on something, they started charging. It was like a penny or a half a penny or something like that per hit. But somebody goes to the website and they click and look on every single item. If it's a 200 item, I mean, there's 200 hits. I mean, it was getting crazy on how much. I mean, they were spending $800-900 to host an auction, and I said, we're barely breaking even with premium and all that. So they got out of the game. It's the only real way to do this is if you own your own website, own your own software, which was the software they were using. The guy wanted to charge him something like $8,000 or $9,000 to have a license to use it without him hosting. And I'm sure there's other ones out there that aren't anywhere near as expensive, but there's a lot of work that goes into doing that. And I actually did some back end helping them load up some auctions and things. It's a pain in the butt, because they're not smooth, like it's not like Microsoft did it. It's kind of clunky sometimes. I've never been to an unclaimed baggage sale. I would love to go, but they don't have any around here as far as I know. Tim in Arizona was talking about going to one.
Yeah, we don't have any of those here.
Yeah, I mean, I know Dusty's been to one down in Georgia. I mean, I would like to go to the ones where they literally just bring the bags out and say, bid on what you see. I mean, I'd rather go with more of a gut instinct on what it is, as opposed to them opening up and then going through everything and then selling it all. I mean, I want the unknown. If I'm going to do unclaimed baggage, I want to do it more like a storage unit type deal. But the one down in Georgia would be the best, I think, because it's that's your international travelers as well.
Now this storage auction tonight, it doesn't look like it had any mattresses or big appliances. It looks like a lot of boxes, but everything was put in there nice and neat. So I imagine the stuff in those boxes probably are good, or there's probably a lot of good stuff in there because they took care of it,
Yeah. I mean, there is an art to buying storage units.
Yeah, I've bought them before, but like I said, up here they're so far and few between, and when you do, they're either shit or their auction guy buys up everything.
Well, I mean, you can compete with those guys.
Oh yeah, I've got money to compete with them.
It's got to be a really good unit, and the best thing to do is watch those guys. Watch them as they spend their money. If they're going through and they're spending their money and they're buying 2, 3, 4 units, and if you're in a big storage unit auction where they're selling 10 or 12 units, you can usually watch them, and at the end they're starting to get a little thin. They start to want to watch how much money they're spending, because again, they've got to sit there. They got to look at labor. They've got to bring all that stuff out. They got to get it to their auction house, and they got to turn that stuff quick.
Yeah.
So you might miss a unit or two, but you can usually let them pile it up in the beginning and pick up some units in the back. But again, a storage unit is, if you like it and you think you can make a good amount of money, you just go for it. Decide what your budget is, and just, I'm going to spend up to my budget on this unit. I can't remember the storage unit TV show that was
Storage Wars.
Not Storage Wars. That was more reality TV than storage buying. The one with Alan and Ton, I can't remember. Auction Hunters. That was probably the most accurate as to how to buy storage units, because they were very much okay, we're got a budget. This is what we're going to go, and if it goes over budget, we're done. That's kind of the way you have to do it. You sit back and say, I think I can make $1,200 on that unit based on what I see. You can't go by the boxes. The boxes are whatever they are, and so I think I'm going to spend $600 on it. And if it goes over $600, you turn around and walk away. Every now and then you might go a little bit, but you set a budget. It's like buying for eBay. You set a budget, or buying at an auction. I mean, any other auction. I know how much I want to spend for it. If it goes more than that, you walk away.
Like I said, I've got money to compete with you, but there's just so much more out there. The way I see it. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
The way I see it is, I have so much more opportunity to buy stuff that I don't need to compete with them. Unless there's something in there that I see that is like, oh my God, the Holy Grail, I don't need to compete with them because I've got so much more access to good stuff, Well, like I got normally 2 or 3 auctions at least a week I can go to.
Yeah. See, and that's
in my backyard.
If I see something, especially if I
have good access to good stuff.
Your local auction house is buying it. The advantage you have is, okay, he's going to buy it. He's going to bring it out, and he's going to sell it at his auction house. I can go to his auction house and I can cherry pick. I don't have to deal with all the crap. I don't have to deal with everything else. And I'm going to see what was in that unit. No matter what, he's going to put the good stuff up. Now, he may make more money on it, but I can still pick a piece or two out of that, and I can still make money. That's what I like about buying from an auction house that buys from store, that buys storage units of their own. Now, what happens is you miss the gold. They open up a jewelry box and it's got $10,000 worth of jewelry you didn't even know was in there. So I mean, that's the type of stuff you miss, but you still got to go back through and pick it up. I looked up that Banner Supply Company. Tim asked a question about Banner Supply Company in Ohio's got a vintage Ohio State hoodie. Never heard of them, but one did sell on eBay for almost $40. So I mean, it's worth something. And then Blackberry Thistle Tea talks about it. They tell themselves that Eric, then they get caught up in the drama and bid more. Yeah, that's what the whole point behind an auctioneer. The way he sings is all about driving the competition, getting that drama up there, getting you that anticipation, and you get caught up. But if you still, you build some cushion in your budgets. I mean, if I sit there and I'm saying, I want to spend, I bought this lot last night. Or 2 days ago, I picked it up yesterday. It's full of, I don't know if I can do this very well. That'd be cool. It has pennants on it, old vintage pennants, which I love. But on the pennants were nothing but vintage buttons, and these are like 1960s. These are all anti-war, flower power. There's a couple of original Woodstock buttons in here, and I got a whole box full of buttons. But you can see it. It's hard to tell, but. And a lot of these are political buttons, things like that. You got OBJ and all that type of stuff. And, it's hard to decide how much stuff like that's really worth. You can, I had time to look them up. And Dusty and I were looking at the lot. We both agreed it was a really good buy, but how much could you spend? And I was like, well, I really wanted to get it for like 25 or 30 bucks, but I kept getting blown away. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to throw one bid out there. And I'm just going to say, I threw a $66 bid on it. And I do weird numbers on my bids. So I said, I'll do 66 bucks, and that's it. I'm not going to spend a penny more. Well, the way the auction software works is you put your max bid in and it bids it up to wherever that point is. When I bid $66, that took the bid away from the other guy. So he had a $65 max bid. And so I got my, and he never came back and bid me more. So I got that for $66. Now, the cool thing is that, like that little baggie of anti-war buttons, every one of those buttons is worth at least $20. I don't even know about I'm sure there's one in there that's worth 50.
No.
The Pogo for President button, and they're sold for 50. The Woodstock buttons, I have no idea what they're going to go for because nobody's selling them. A lot of these are original buttons. Some of them even have unions labels on them. So it's really kind of cool, but you know, I'll make my money back off that little bag and the rest of the buttons. I mean, because political buttons do all right. I'll lot up a bunch. There's a lot of Nixon ones in there. Because again, all that collecting was done during the early 60s to mid 70s.
I just got a phone call from eBay asking if I was using promoted listings to make sure that I was using promoted listings.
I use them, but I haven't used them for single items yet. I don't know how to do that yet. So.
Oh, it's the same. It's basically the same. You do it the same way. Yeah, it's just that they pick the item. That's the only difference, or that's, the same way it was with the multi-quantity listings.
Yeah, I mean, I use them for my multi-quantity listings.
Yeah.
Just because it's, I've got a bunch of them and I want to get my money back out of it, or I've already got my money back. I just want to move them.
Right.
But you have to be careful because if you're running a sale, then you're going to pay 5 or 6% on top of the sale price. I mean, it can take the profit out of small, low dollar items. But again, sometimes I don't really, like I said, I sold four Christmas lights last night for $24, and that's on a promoted listing. So, and I think I do a 10% on that one.
Yeah.
And I take it an offer. So, I took a little bit of money away, but then I own those for a quarter a piece, if that. I think they're more like 20 cents a piece. But so, I mean, those are, and I had 60 to start with. I probably still got like 40 left.
Awesome.
Yeah. Oh, Nikki's right. I mean, online auctions, you always use an off number thing, because people think in 5, 10, 15, 20, 25s. I don't think like that. I'm like 62, 39. I mean, I always think about what people would put as their max bid, and I would always go like $1 more than that. So if I see something that's decent, it's a $10 item that I want to spend, I'll do $11 on it. Because I don't mind paying the extra buck, because there's more than $1 worth of profit in there. But if it gets me over there, the rational thought of, oh, I'll pay $10 for that, but you won't pay 11. It's just like when usually when the opening bid on these is $1, and what I'll do is I'll open all my bids at $3, because a lot of people just go through and dollar all the way down, and they're just trying to buy a mass quantity, but they don't want to pay anything more than $1. So if you throw a $3 bid on there, they're going to spend their dollar, and then boom, you've passed somebody. Oh, I don't want to spend $3. I wouldn't spend $3 on that lot of Starbucks mugs. That's silly. I mean, that's how people think, and it's a big psychological game you play on online auctions. It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
I mean, and we did, even with big money, you start to think about, when Dusty bought all those keys, it wasn't so much how much money you're spending. It's a factor, but it's the strategy behind the bid. When we're sitting there trying to figure out, okay, there's 10% buyer's premium, it's $450 here at $495, and that's where I said he's not going to go over 500. He may be up to 500, but he's not going to go over 500. That's a big number all of a sudden. When you go from a 4 to a 5, that's big. And I think Dusty spent like, I said, and at that point the bid increments were like $50, and I said, 550. He said, well, I said, yeah, then you're in at 605. When you do buyer's premium. And
Yeah.
like, okay. They said, that's my max. I said, I think you're going to get it to that point, and because this had gone on for an hour, we've been back and forthing on the bids on this one lot for an hour, and he's like, okay, so he said 550, and that was it. That broke that guy's threshold, because even with the buyer's premium, it was over 6. So at 550, he was going to have to spend 660 to get the next bid in. Where Dusty was at 605. So it's a fun. I love the game. It's probably why I like auction so much, because I like the psychological aspect of it. But that's what you got to deal with sometimes, is trying to figure out how everybody else thinks, and then just be a little different than them. Take a bite of my food here. Oh, my dog is going to get crazy on me.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm not feeling too hot today.
Why?
I broke a tooth on this side yesterday,
Yeah, I know how that is.
and then for some reason it didn't even hit me until probably about 5 o'clock this morning. My jaw just started killing me, and I don't have a whole lot of problems with my mouth or my jaws or anything, but oh man, I'm telling you, it doesn't feel like a toothache. It feels almost like it's connected with my ear.
That's
like it's. You think so?
Oh, I know so. Yeah.
Well, the broke tooth is on this side.
It doesn't mean you don't have a problem over here as well. I mean, you could still have a problem either way. And then infection is weird how it works.
Yeah.
Take some. Until you get to the dentist, you need to take some Advil or ibuprofen, something that's anti-swelling, because all that is when you get an infection in there, you get that swelling and it starts pushing on the nerves.
Yeah.
So yeah, you take an Advil or something like that. Take a couple.
I took a ibuprofen.
Yeah. And you do something. I mean, just until you get to the dentist, you got to get to the dentist, because then they can. If you've got pain, you probably have an infection. So then they need to get you some antibiotics to get that out, because they won't work on a tooth that's got an infection. You got to do like a little round of antibiotics before they'll do anything. So
yeah. It sucks. Because it
does.
Makes me feel like crap.
The thing you can do is get some of that Orgel or whatever it is, and start hitting it around the base of your tooth, and then hit that down there. What was Tim's question? Tim, new question. I'm finding West Germany items now, since it don't have. Oh, you have to manually type like yesterday. You're talking about when you go down to where it's from, you have to put it in West Germany. Is what I'm assuming, instead of, because everything is just Germany now. Is that what you mean? When you're typing in the listing and the origin of the item.
I'm not seeing it.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand the question.
I think they were saying that Tim had. She's saying that
Okay.
Tim has a good question. He's
The question is when he goes and does a listing, and you go down and use in your item specifics, it's like, where's it from? So you do the drop down box, and they don't have West Germany listed anymore, because it's all one country now. They got Germany is all they have. They don't have East Germany or West Germany. It's all just Germany. So you have to actually go in and physically type in West Germany. On stuff that's just okay stuff, I don't even worry about that. But if it's something that I think is important, that it's West Germany or pre-1989, which is when the unification was. I mean, I'll do that type of stuff. I mean, it just depends on what the item is. I have a, what do I have up this? I have a clock that was that's actually marked U.S. zone, West Germany. So that was kind of cool. So I have that up. I mean, but I don't normally put stuff like that. But yeah, I just usually go with Germany on most things. I don't really type West Germany unless I think it's important to it. But you find that with other things. What is it? There's a couple things. It's marked England, but you have to, if you don't know what you're doing, you have to mark Great Britain. I mean, it's a pain in the ass.
No.
Or United Kingdom, I think it is actually what it's listed as. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of funny. I mean, you would think that eBay would put into consideration that, when you're selling vintage items, the country may not exist anymore, or maybe it's gone to, I mean, you got Rhodesia turned into Zimbabwe, and I've got one of these pins. This talks about Biafra. Biafra's not around anymore. It's a totally different country. I believe it's not even around anymore. I think it's Congo or something like that.
Yeah. Tim was saying later that he said, I was on Facebook and eBay ran a feed with my mug, and everyone else who has same mug, would that be promoted listing? I don't think so.
Run a search on something that you think people would have quantity of. Colgate toothpaste, and you'll actually see it'll say promoted on the listing where you got fast and free, or it's on sale. You'll see it'll say promoted.
Maybe he's talking about where it's going. Like once you set up promoted listing, how are they going to use that to promote it?
eBay reserves the right to pull anybody's listing up and show it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that is done by what you've looked at in your feeds and your cookies and in your browser history.
Yeah.
So they're trying to do just like anybody else. If I search for parts for my car, if I search for Lexus SC300 or Toyota Soarer, which is the Toyota brand of that car, it'll show me a lot more Toyota Soarer parts and stuff up, as opposed to just a normal eBay feed.
Right.
But yeah, it's the promoted listing. I mean, like I said, they reserve the right to show it whatever they want, because again, remember, eBay got rid of third-party ads, so now they're just pulling ads from everybody. So it's a great thing. It's a cool thing. But probably what happened was you had listed that mug, and then it was in your cookies, and so now you're seeing everybody else's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never got the show notice. This is mine. You can have that. Here's my pre-wash kit.
Well, sometimes YouTube is just a little jacked up. Yeah, I think they just use it wherever they can, wherever they have access to, put some stuff in there that is related to you, whether you have the mug or somebody else has the mug or whatever, as long as you're, as you're using.
Yeah, I tell you what happened, Tim. You're on Facebook. So what happened was you listed that mug, and Facebook reads your cookies, and then they're the ones that, since you follow eBay, it's going to be on there. I don't know if everybody else who was on eBay saw the same thing. Probably not. It's probably all based on your cookies. I don't follow eBay on Facebook, so don't really know about that. But that's probably, I mean, Facebook is notorious for using cookies of everything.
I think it does that a lot more too. Whenever you when you share your eBay items on Facebook.
I don't do that.
Or Twitter or whatever. I think it does that a lot more too.
Pain in the ass. Too much work.
It is not. It takes a second.
But I don't think I've ever gotten, I mean, think about it. The people that I follow on Twitter or that follow me or other eBay sellers or things like that. That's how you gather things up. So
actually, whenever I started sharing stuff on my Twitter, because I didn't really have my Twitter for any reason to do a certain thing. Actually, I started it for a couponing reason, but then I just started, adding resellers and stuff like that. So I did add a few resellers, but not many. And then I started sharing my stuff on to my Twitter, and automatically it goes from my Twitter, either my Twitter to my Facebook, or my Pinterest to my Facebook, one or the other. So I don't actually have to share it to my Facebook because it will automatically go. But I started getting new friends on Twitter once I started sharing stuff. And I know for a fact that I've had at least one sale from that.
No,
And it was
I
a
mean,
good
that's
sale.
all. I choose not to use it because to me it's a pain in the ass, and I'm not a big Twitter person. I don't have Twitter
I'm
even on
not
my
either.
phone. I have
I
it installed on my iPad, and I have the account obviously, but I never do anything with it. I know everything about the fairly conversant in technology. I just choose not to because I like to be a grumpy old man that doesn't want to
Yeah.
deal with that crap.
Well, and that's your choice, and it's not saying that you're not doing everything you can to sell something. Just like Beth says, she thinks that the views her sell through rate, and some people think that, some people
Well,
think the
there is
opposite,
truth to that. You get a lot of views and you don't get the click-through rate, it can hurt you.
Yep.
So I mean,
I agree.
there are things you have to think. There are considerations you have to take in with anything that you do. But again, like Tim's new, so he's like, he's trying to do anything he can to get promotions and stuff. Again, if it works and if you feel like you're doing it, if it doesn't take, I know it doesn't take any time to click the button and tweets it. I mean, I know that. So I never think about it, and it's just not my. I've been doing eBay so long before Twitter. I don't even think about some of this stuff.
I mean, I haven't done it in a while, but I was doing like a regiment of like, I would do at least 5 items in the morning and 5 items in the evening, on my days off, of course. But I would do it, on my days off, I would do it regularly. And I just think it kind of showed eBay that I was doing something too. Maybe it was showing that I was, that I was sharing, that I was, trying to do something with my store, showing, what do you call it?
Activity.
Yeah, that word. Because I have no brain right now.
All right. But, I mean, that's kind of what it is. But I'm more of a my activity is through listings. Holy crap! I got a ton of feedback last night. Stuff like that. So I mean, again, I don't have any problem with anybody that does it. I think and it's probably a good thing to do. I just choose not to.
Yeah. Activity is a big word. Thank you, Todd. my son, me and my son were having a conversation. He told me, that's irrelevant. And I said, no, it's unrelevant. No, he's like, no, Mom, that's not a word. I'm like, yes, it is, because I just made it up. Unrelevant.
Get out of my face.
Oh my gosh.
Have you seen the new listing, your listings page on eBay? Do they update yours? They put it down where you only see 50 out of 50 items on a page. Unless I can change that, I wonder.
Oh, like,
no, I can't change it.
You're looking at your listing?
Yeah, when you look at your listings, they put a new format in. It's a little different. It doesn't even fit on my screen.
Like where you make a listing?
No. Just go look at your active listings. Did you get a new page?
Nope.
It's got a summary at the very top that tells you how many active listings you have, auctions, your total dollar amount you have on eBay, numbers with offers,
No,
with
but my
questions, with
picture
watchers.
are smaller.
See, mine are bigger now that I can actually see the pictures. And you got to create listings tab over to the right.
Like instead of seeing the picture, it shows it how I have it cropped or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, like, you know how you crop it with your phone and you like, you know, pull the sides together or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It shows it like that now.
Huh. Yeah, it's a little different. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, it's just kind of nice. You get a little summary page at the top, you know, like, so I have 500.
I don't see that at all.
Oh, see, I have 510 active listings. It tells me my total dollar amount is $15,556. You know, it's just it's an interesting little blurb on there.
What are you talking about, Todd? He says disrelevant, non-relevant. Blackberry Thistletea said made up words are the best.
Bad relevant.
And then Tim says, now question, are we supposed to get phone calls on items? I did yesterday on a pair of shoes I have. Todd says, you have a phone in your shoe?
If the eBay will give a customer your phone number if they request your information. I don't want that. I want them to. Yeah, so I think I had one person call me and I just said, you know, I'm sorry, I don't do business over the phone. Just send me whatever your question is in the message and I'll answer. I want communication written down. Because I don't want this guy going, you know, somebody buying something from me and says, well, I talked to him on the phone and he said it was this and I got it, it was wrong. I want it in writing. Woohoo! We got paid for your services. Yeah, see, I have the summary is at the top of the page now. It used to be at the bottom, now it's at the top, and it's huge, and your pictures are. It looks different. And I got the note of it when I went to it the first time. It says we've changed the page, and how do you like it? And I'm like, and it's okay. As long as I have my custom label screen on there, I'm fine. I don't care. Yep. Bearded Picker says he's at a rest area, so the emergency was avoided. You need the toilet seat that bolts to your tire or goes onto your the bumper dumper, I think is what it's called.
Bumper dumper.
Where you attach it's like a toilet seat in a bag, and it hooks onto your trailer hitch, and it's a little toilet seat, and you just crap into a bag. So
yeah, just put a well, he's in a van, isn't he?
True, but the van's probably packed full. So
well, if you have room for a 5-gallon bucket, they have these things that they sell at, I believe it's Home Depot.
Oh yeah.
It is like it's like an inflatable toilet seat that goes around a 5-gallon bucket. And they have them with or without a lid. And so you can, you know, take care of your business.
I used to have a buddy that actually, he was a drinker, but he actually had a hose and a funnel, and the hose went down through his floorboards, and he literally would be driving along and have to pee, and he would just put the funnel down there and be driving and peeing, and it would go all the way down out the back. And he said he used to laugh because if the wind was blowing really good, you could see it going over people's cars. And
that is hilarious and gross at the same time.
It was like, you're like, that's awesome and disgusting at the same time.
Yeah, just wait until you pee all over some guy's windshield and goes and beats your ass.
Well, they can't tell where it's coming from because it's coming bouncing up from the bottom. I mean, so it was funny. I mean, but yeah, he was a different guy. I mean, but that was a guy. This was back in the day when you know drinking and driving was more of a sport. But yeah, he had a severe alcohol problem. So I mean, it wasn't unusual for him to be drinking all the time and just peeing. And that was just funny. But
okay, Frankie Spine said, I got a call from an unknown
Too
caller.
many gas stations and plenty of places to go potty for me to poop in a bucket.
You got to do what you got to do sometimes. I'd rather poop in a bucket than crap my pants. I mean, let's be honest.
Well, when I was driving truck, I had to do it once. I had to poop in my garbage can, but
Frank,
Yeah, that,
can I speak to Fran? Hello? Okay. So yeah.
okay, Frankie Spine says, I got a call from an unknown caller. I answered. Heard, can I speak to Fran? Hello? Fuck you. So I said, fuck you too, asshole. He told me to change my number and hung up. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And Tim talks about, he says he saw an antique porcelain bedpan last week and was going to buy it, but wasn't sure. Those do sell. They actually sell decently, believe it or not. They're about $30, $35. They're heavy. But yeah, they do sell, especially if it's the stoneware ones are the ones that sell the best.
Yeah.
But yeah, I might actually have one or two out in the garage. I don't even know. I remember buying some, but I may have sold them. I don't remember. But you know, they are. It is something to look for, the stoneware ones. But yeah, if Fran probably hit him up on a no pride night where you know he went out, you know, got hooked up at a bar or something, and she gave him a fake number.
Yep.
they don't sell as good as they used to. Those bedpans.
True. I mean, you know, stoneware
I used to sell them a lot, but
it's an old guy thing.
check your completeds because they don't sell as good as they used to.
Yeah, and it might be more problems.
I used to get $50 for them, and I don't even get close to that anymore. Even one that was brand new in the box. I think you get $20, $25 out of them now.
Did you guys have any crazy storms there yesterday, Nikki?
We had a really bad thunderstorm yesterday morning, but early.
Oh my gosh. Once it got over here, I guess we had tornadoes. We had a couple of tornadoes touch down, and it wasn't like super bad, but I guess it like damaged a couple of buildings in town, and just really bad rain and thunderstorms.
Yeah.
But the wind was like gusting 40 to 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, the porcelain ones don't bring much money, you know, $10 to $15. The stoneware ones though are still bringing really good money. 40. There's two that were sold. They're both by Bennington, which is the stuff I'm selling. It's $45 for one and $114 for another one. So again, porcelain don't buy, stoneware buy.
I'll be right back. I gotta go get something to drink.
Okay. Yeah, it's supposed to be pretty nasty weather here tonight, but I don't. Is what it is. It's supposed to be hail and all that stuff. So I don't have a convertible anymore, so don't worry too much about that. But yeah, you gotta look and see what you can find out there, and take a shot in the dark every now and then. I don't know if I would have paid $10 for it, but if it was stoneware, I probably would have paid 10. But porcelain, it's only worth about 10. 10 plus shipping, whatever it would cost to ship it.
When the bedpans were doing really good, and there was like this whole box of old antique bedpans, and well, not antique, but the porcelain ones, and the enamel ones, you know.
Yeah.
And I bid and bid and bid on that, and I finally won it, and everybody thought I was going for something else. Those bedpans, boy, did I get razzed at the auction about that, because nobody was bidding on those. They were bidding on something else.
Oh, it's one of those, you know,
I was so excited when I won the bid because that's what I wanted. What'd you say?
Yeah, I've seen people do that where you got a line of box lots lined up and people are going crazy, and then the bid gets $30-$40, and then someone wins it, and then they go grab something that has no value to most of the professional resellers there. They're like, okay, and then you realize, okay, they wanted something specific, and I can go back and get my item for $5 now. Yeah, it's kind of crazy sometimes. It's fun. I mean, that's part of the game of auctioning, though. Is are they bidding on the thing you want, or are they bidding on something else? Especially, and like I said, I had this one auction that I go to that they sell each box individually, and I think they would make so much more money, and it'd be a lot quicker if they would do a table at a time and just say, okay, what's the bid for any box on this table? And I think they would get more dollars out of it, because you would get, people buying in quantity boxes. You get $3 a box, worst case scenario, but you're looking at, someone wants, you got two different boxes that have value, you could get $30, $40, $50 because they're bidding for first choice. They're not bidding on a box, they're bidding on, I get to be the first one to pick a box out of here. But you can't teach old auctioneers new tricks or different tricks. Most of them get set in their ways, and they never want to change.
Well,
my auction house does fine, but it's just it's slow. That's my biggest thing, is when you have a lot of box lots to go through, you need to speed them up.
Well, that's what my auctioneer does. When he's doing box lot, because he always gets the main auctioneer that I go to, not the secondary one, but the main one I go to. He's got such a big following and stuff. He always has just an exorbitant amount. He has to turn people away. He's got so much stuff.
Yeah.
And what he does is he puts the box rows, they're all in rows, and they cut off and then you're bidding on choice, and you can take whatever
from here to here, and
whichever and how many you want.
Yeah, and that's how you get money out of box lots from an auction house standpoint. That's because you'll get people that'll be, I want this box, and somebody else wants that box at the end, and we're bidding because you might get my box. And that's how it works. I mean, that's the best way to do it. And then what happens is you get down to where you've got 4 or 5 boxes left that nobody wants, and the first bid takes the rest. And that's where you get your guys. There are people, that we always call the junk dealers, or the flea marketers or whatever, where they want as much quantity as they can get for as cheap a price. Because if you buy 10 boxes for $5, you're going to get your $5 back.
Yeah, definitely.
Flea market, you're probably going to make $100 to $150. Woohoo!
I've always made good money that way. Being the pile buyer. Really good money being the pile buyer. But I'm just tired of all the work it takes to do rummage sales and flea markets.
Yeah, it's. Why do people do that? Just half price me right off the bat. I hate that.
Hello.
Hi, Tara.
So I'll do 42. Yeah, it's ringing off right here.
No, get down. Get down. Get down. Get down. Sorry.
And you offered on the other one as well.
Lugnut decided to jump in my window. What are you up to today, Sarah? Anything exciting?
I'm going to list some stuff because I haven't listed for a couple days. So that's not too horribly exciting, but it is work.
That's our life.
Yeah. What are you up to today, Nick? You got any auctions this weekend?
Well, there's one tomorrow I might go to.
Yeah, I don't have any over here this weekend.
There's a over by Hayward I might go to, and then tonight there's a storage shed auction I haven't decided whether I'm going to go to it or not. It's only one storage shed. It looked like a pretty decent one. I'm gonna do after work. If he wants to go do something else, I'll go to that. But
Yeah.
if I got nothing going on, I'm going to go to that storage shed.
Yeah, what the hell?
Otherwise, yeah, there's one tomorrow I might go to over by Hayward.
Yeah, there ain't nothing around here by me right now. Well, there's an estate sale this weekend, and I'll probably go hop over by her. She's a local estate sale company, but I usually go and check hers out.
Yeah. I don't go to the estate sales. I mean, they're just.
I don't like estate sales. Not that I don't do good on them. I don't go and stand in line, bad rush to whatever object I see in the pictures of her, because I just don't have the patience for it. But that being said, this lady, I actually have a pretty good working relationship with her, and she's given me some like pretty good deals and stuff like that. So I usually do go and I'll go to her estate sales usually every time. They're really nice people, and they're kind of an old Eagle River family, and you know, she's done right by me. Well, I bought all that Waschenbach off of her. What was that, 2 weeks ago? So. And she gave it to me for half off right away the first day. You know, I didn't have to go back there the second day for it. So,
All right. We worked out a deal. Just sold 2 candlesticks for $35 a piece.
Awesome.
That pottery's moving.
Yeah.
I've sold like 5 lots of it so far.
Been the auctions this year like there usually is in the summertime.
No, here either. I had a couple like farm auctions earlier, but now it's like blah. You know.
Nobody's dying.
I guess. Actually, I wish there were more auctions, because I went to that farm auction up in Michigan, and it's like because we have like a lot of flea marketers here, so it's like they're all concentrating on these auctions, you know. So there's a lot of it's not splitting the crowd up at all.
But it sounds like there's going to be a pretty good late summer, which kind of sucks for me because we're in steam show mode then.
Yeah.
Early September is all steam shows every weekend for me. So that kind of stinks that all the auctions are going to be.
Yeah.
And complaining that they're not having enough time off in the summertime. So he took a couple weeks off here in July and booked everybody for August. And I was like, crap, August is when I'm busy.
Yeah.
The farm ones, we don't get them in the summertime because it's too dang hot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I never lack for auctions where I'm at, and my son on the East Coast is even better. But it just seems, I mean, you got to have everyday auctions all the time. You got to be near a larger population. I mean, you just get more opportunity then. I mean, if I auction zip, see how many we got for this weekend. I search auction zip within a 50-mile radius, and I have 14 today, 23 tomorrow, and 23 on Sunday that I can go to. Now, not all of those are great. I mean, some of those are online.
The thing about auctions is you go and you buy plenty of stuff, so it's not like I run out of stuff to list.
Oh yeah.
So if there's no auction, and that's why I buy at such high quantity when I do have auctions, because it holds me through when there's not a lot of auctions, or like in the wintertime when the auctions are mostly crap, you know.
And I will say the one good thing about rural auctions is, and Nick, you probably know this too, when you go to the farm auctions, I mean, you pull out a lot of these farm primitives that you do very well, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Where you don't run across those so much in more of an urban setting.
Yeah, I've got 5 or 6 that are weekly auctions that always have, you know, pretty decent stuff tonight.
Yeah.
We got a couple of online ones that have some Amazon reselling things going. But Saturday's the big thing. We got the 10th annual Hillsboro Amish consignment auction is this weekend.
Oh, there you go. See, I would go to that one.
Yeah. There's another one. There's a public auction with art and quilts. Live liquidations. Surplus goods from a local building. That's always interesting. 30-acre wooded retreat. So you can buy 30 acres of land down here in Ohio if you want.
No.
Public auction, collectibles, public auction, estate. That's going to be expensive. When they do them at the fairgrounds, it's always expensive. It usually means they got good stuff. Another fairgrounds auction. Another one. Yeah, I mean, Saturdays is always good. Saturdays is more of a where am I going to go? Now, here's a farm online on-site auction. Those are usually the better ones.
Yeah.
Then there's a few online. There's some. I mean, these are all like all day long. I mean, so you can really. I could start auctioning at 9 o'clock in the morning and have auctions going pretty much every half hour to an hour up to like 6 o'clock at night is the last one that actually starts. And then at 7 o'clock you got the online auction starting. So yeah, I never want for going to an auction. It's just, my weekend this weekend is all about inventory management. So.
And usually, in years past, we've never wanted for auctions either, but these last 2 years have been weird.
Yeah.
He's getting older. He's got more lazier people working for him. But I can travel and get auctions. I mean, I can travel and I could go to auctions darn near every day if I wanted to go, hour or so away, Yeah,
that's a 50-mile radius. So that's, within,
right.
That's, less than an hour away. If I jumped it to 100, I would probably have twice as many auctions because that brings in 2 other cities into my, 2 other big cities into my realm.
I did a 150 mile search for my zip code. Tomorrow I have 5 auctions that are on the calendar, and they're all like at the edge of that 150.
Yeah, it's all different everywhere you go. And if you're ever thinking about relocating and you want to do this type of work, I would suggest you run auctions up and for the area you want to move to, and make sure that especially if you're a big auction sourcer, that's something you want to do. I know when I moved back to Ohio, I knew the auction game already, so I was very comfortable. But I was surprised there was fewer auctions than there used to be. But then the online auction started really kicking in, and so that's kind of a lot of guys that used to do local now only do online. And so I'm like, okay, well.
Yeah, online auctions have really hurt the live auctions here.
I mean, I can online auction all day long and just sit here and if I flip to my local online now. Friday nights is not usually not a good night for online. Let's see. I use like 4 different companies. They have a light storage unit going. Okay, one company doesn't have anything up right now. They when they do stuff, they get like 400 or 500 lots at a time. Okay, my local Columbus online auctions. And stuff ending next Wednesday, Tuesday, 2 ending on Sunday, another one ending on Wednesday, one ending on a week from Sunday. So you usually get 5, 6, 7 days to look at these. The one I usually buy from has, let's see what we got going. And this is the better one. We got 2 ending today, 1 ending tomorrow, and then 3 ending on Sunday. And a couple of those are really good antique ones. What's the next one? I got Capital City is got 1 tonight, 2, 3, 4 tonight, 1, 2, 3, 4 tomorrow. 6 on Sunday. Now they are a big Amazon reseller, and they also do Target reselling. And I mean, we got a lot in Columbus. We have a lot of warehouses for the liquidation. So they do a lot of that type of stuff. But they probably have 5 estate auctions ending every week, but they've got probably 50 auctions a week that go.
Yeah.
Unless I mean, and again, there's nothing wrong with buying that stuff. I don't have any interest in buying that stuff. And if I jump up to the Cleveland market, which is about 2.5 hours away, there's an auction company up there that always has good estates, but it's just too far for me. So I don't typically go there. Oh shit! Didn't realize I was.
Is Columbus in the middle of the state?
Yep, we are dead center.
Yeah.
We're about as dead center as you can get. So, Centerburg is actually the center of the state, which is actually about an hour north of here. But, there we go. I go all the way down. But yeah, I mean, so you know where I'm at, I have a huge amount of auctions that I can go to. So I mean, it's never a problem sourcing. And again, that doesn't even talk about going to junk stores or estate auction or estate sales. So you can. It's a very easy thing to source around here, and it's actually too. I wish it was a little bit harder sometimes, because then I would actually work my inventory a lot harder than just going out and buying new cool stuff. I'm kind of like Jim and Terry. I got just barn, house and garage full of stuff that's mine. I own it, but if I die tomorrow, somebody's getting rich off my estate sale. But yeah, I said that's why I like shopping at auctions. It's cheap and you get good stuff.
Yeah. I like it better than thrift stores. Now, will I still go in a thrift store and look around? Yeah. When I go to Ryland, or if I got to go to Walmart, I'll go check out the Goodwill. Or like if I'm in town here, I'll go check out. We got a church thrift store and that. I'll go peruse them because sometimes you get lucky there.
I'll hit some of the thrift stores. Usually, when I'm going to a thrift store, it's because I want to pick up, like, my son's outgrown some clothing or something, and because he's still a growing boy, I don't buy retail for him. So I'll buy clothing every now and then at the thrift store, and if I'm in the thrift store to pick up some shorts or something for him to wear, then I'll check it out. But I have so many thrift stores. Just in my market alone, I can think of at least 14 or 15 thrift stores within a 20-minute drive.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insane. And these aren't small little tiny thrift stores. I've been talking about. These are huge thrift stores. And it amazes me that we don't have any type of bins here in Columbus.
Oh, that's funny.
The Goodwill bins is in Dayton, which is an hour and a half away. And I've been to that, and I was not impressed.
Huh.
But we've got Ohio Thrift is a big company. They're not nationwide. They're in Ohio, obviously, but in the Columbus market, they've got like 7 thrift stores, and these thrift stores are bigger than your average Kmart. Huh. Then you have Goodwills, and then you have Salvation Army and Volunteers of America. Those are your big chain thrift stores, and then there's probably 6 or 7 mom and pops that I can think of within 10 or 15 minutes. Some have weird hours. Some of them those are usually smaller, but yeah, it's just that's why when I first got back into eBay reselling, I was going to do it full time. I was hitting thrift stores. I mean, I was hitting tons of them, and I was doing a lot of clothing, and I was making good money. But I wasn't even hitting the auction circuit that much. And that's when I changed up my method. I stopped selling as much clothing and stopped buying as much clothing. And I decided to say the heck with it. And I'm just going to go back to doing what I really enjoy, which is antiques and collectibles. And that's where I'm at now. So, I mean, I still do specific clothing. I bought a jacket. It's a Norwegian jacket, so it's different. And I only paid $6.
I went in my thrift store the other day and I bought this Adidas pullover shirt, and it's this whitewater rafting one, like from South America. I'm like, I looked it up on eBay. They got them like for 180 bucks.
Yeah, I mean, you can get the deals there. I mean, there's nothing wrong with going to a thrift store. You know, it's, you know, you just understand you're paying somebody else's markup already, so that cuts into your profit.
Yeah.
And not a big deal. I mean, it's no different than any other company that buys something and then turns around and resells it. They had to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things. Well, see, Grandma Magic, you got a total of rubber stamps to figure out what to do with. Just doing lots to get them gone. I wouldn't buy rubber stamps because they're really not worth a whole lot. But when you get them cheap, like she got them for free, you know, and you can build lots to get that over that $20 to $25 range. If you can put 30 of them in a lot and sell them, I would probably do it that way. I bought, what I have, let's have a lot. I'm gonna make lots of. It's not, well, the buttons, I'll lot up some of the buttons. Hell, I don't remember. Oh, shoot. Book lots. I bought some books yesterday. And I ended up buying, it was 4 or 5 boxes of books. It was a $25 lot. There were 2 books in there that are about $70 a piece. They're Mason books, you know, as in the Masons.
Yeah.
So I knew those were good. And so I knew the lot was worth buying. At 25, I sell 1 book and I'm triple my money. And I go through, and 90% of the books ended up going into the garbage. Condition affected some of them, and the fact that they're just, nobody wants some type books, you know, 40s, 50s books that are, you know, just standard little novels that nobody wants. I looked the majority of them up, but after a while you get a feel for what's worth stuff. I pulled out a bunch of Nancy Drew, and those are the blue board ones, which are actually, when you lot the Nancy Drew together, that'll bring me $30, $35. There was a couple lots of these book trails. These are 1928, and I've never heard of them, but I've got several versions of them. So I'll put all those together and get 25 or 30 bucks. I mean, I'll turn that $25 lot into probably 250, but I'm gonna have to lot up some of the books. But I pitched 90% of the boxes. I'm seeing the books. They're in my garbage can, and the guy's got to pick it up today, so I'm gonna have fun with that. But yeah, it's just one of those things. You just got, sometimes you get a big quantity of stuff, you got to cherry pick it out and then just pitch it or redonate. And you just got to do what you got to do.
Yeah. Don't be afraid to throw stuff away that ain't worth anything.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you get buried in it. There's no sense being a caretaker for stuff that doesn't have enough value.
Yeah, that's like I said, I can go through my entire inventory and nothing's worth less than $20 to $25.
Yeah.
And most of it's worth more than that.
Yeah.
You know, and that's how you want to get that's how you get your value up. You know, and like I said, I do my sort outside on my truck, you know, especially when it's nice out.
Yeah, me too.
I bring my trash can right up next to my truck, and I'm sitting there and I got my phone and I'm just looking stuff up, and it's a quick look up. If it makes the cut, it goes into one section. If it doesn't make the cut, it goes in the garbage can.
Yeah.
I used to save stuff for donation, but I never get there, so I get.
Yeah, that's the way I get too. I don't save it anymore. I'd be like, oh, I'll just drop it off at the thrift store for them, but then I get this pile of thrift store stuff that I don't get over there, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I mean, this is kind of what I bought yesterday right here. There's 2 big boxes of books still out in my truck that are all good. But you know, I spent 114 on one auction and 27, so 140. It's like $144 or something yesterday. And the buttons alone, that little bag of buttons, it's going to bring me $300.
Yeah.
So, I mean, all the buttons alone is probably going to be a $700 or $800 lot. But I got a radio. There's a nice little Techron radio that's $100. This is a flexograph, which is really cool. If you've never seen one of these, it's an early dictation machine that actually dictates on the little vinyl records.
Are they those cylinder ones?
No, not cylinders. Little vinyl platters.
Oh, okay.
And here's a picture of the machine.
Oh, okay. Oh,
and
cool.
On top, and you actually get the little vinyl platters.
Yeah.
I had the machine and just a ton of little platters. And the machines by themselves sell for $100 to $115.
Cool.
And I have no idea what the vinyl platters are going to sell for. I looked up the machine. I didn't look up the platters. I didn't know what I had. But I paid $11 for that whole lot. And I even got a little vintage crystal radio. It's probably 80s. But it's got a barcode on it, so it's post 72, but it's made in China.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, here is 1980.
Huh.
I think. Huh. Wait. MCM is 19. What's a C? Oh, that's another 1,000. C's 100 with an X. 1993. I'm sorry, I had to figure that out. That wasn't right. But I won't sell that. I'm actually just going to build it.
Yeah.
Because I think these are so cool. And that'll be fun. Maybe I'll do it as a project with my son.
That's cool.
Yeah, but that's the type of stuff you can. And there's a box. And what's really cool is I got a box of reel-to-reels. And the guy used to work at a New York City radio station in the early 70s. And I got all his reel-to-reels from when he was at the station.
Oh, wow.
And so I don't know what's on them, but it's really cool. Dusty and I were looking up the guy's history because, figured out who he was. And he worked for WHBI in New York.
Sally's back.
Yeah, you can always tell when Sally comes back.
Yeah.
I got lost. I almost fell asleep.
Well, like, she must have went to bed or something.
No, not yet. I'm a little tired because I took some ibuprofen and it's kicking in.
You know what really?
Which is good.
I take that Tylenol PM, and that'll just knock me out in a half hour, and I'll sleep the soundest sleep you'll ever sleep. It'll be like I'll just wake up in the morning. I'm like, oh God, I feel great, Anyway.
I don't want to actually go to sleep right now. I want to stay awake for a little bit. I just want my face to stop hurting.
Yeah, you said you got a earache, toothache thing working.
Yeah, it's a jaw and ear on this side, and then I broke a tooth on this side. The broke tooth doesn't even hurt. It just feels weird, like you want to rub it with your tongue a million times,
Well, you need to go to the dentist immediately today if you can.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere today.
I'm telling you, because if you don't go today, because today's Friday, you're going to deal with this all weekend long, and you'll be miserable by the time you're done. You need to go to the dentist today to get the prescription and get the appointment set up to fix your tooth. However you're going to fix it, yank it, drill it out, whatever they're going to do to it. You need to get all that stuff done, set up, but you need to get that infection out of there so that you just need to go so you can get the script for the antibiotics.
Yeah.
And all you do is call them up and say, hey, I broke a tooth and I'm in severe pain, and they'll come in, they'll check out your tooth, and they'll give you an antibiotic prescription and maybe even a painkiller or two just to help you get to sleep.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen, Eric.
Do you still have your wisdom teeth?
No, I never had any wisdom teeth.
Tiffany C said, does anyone know if we can send emergency candles priority? I don't. What's an emergency candle made out of?
We don't have any place like that around us right now.
What, a dentist?
No, there's dentists, but there's no place that you can get in for an emergency.
Any dentist will set you up with, I broke a tooth and I'm in severe pain. I think it's infected. They'll squeeze you in because they're not going to work on it. They're just going to they got to give you the antibiotics to get rid of the infections before they work on it.
Yeah.
So, and that will cause to have the pain go away. You can have a broken tooth and not be in any pain. But you have pain, you need to go get that managed so that they can actually go in and fix it in next week or something.
Yeah.
Any dentist, your family dentist or any dental clinic will do that for you.
I don't know. I'm so lazy today.
Don't feel bad, Sally. I got a broke tooth I never went in and fixed either.
But you didn't have pain though, did you?
No, it didn't. It was a one they filled, and it broke. The filling broke out, and then it broke the tooth, and then the tooth pretty much just came out. Anyway. which is
Yeah, but
Yeah.
if you're in severe pain, it means you have an infection. It means you need to get it taken care of.
yeah. I mean, if it
It's
was
not-
like really bad,
Because the tooth,
seriously, Eric, I don't think it's the broke tooth that's hurting my face over here.
you might have a bad cavity on this side.
Don't say that.
I mean, it's your mouth, but what I'm saying is, if you've got pain in your jaw to your ear, you have an infection.
Yeah.
Yep. But that's up to you. I mean, you don't want to be. I don't. All I'm going to say is, we don't want to come Monday morning. We don't want to hear you bitching about how much my pain, how much my jaw hurt.
Oh no, Monday I'm off. I'm off work. I tell you, I don't do much on the days that I have to work. As far as like running here and there. I mean,
Well, I don't like it. I wouldn't either. But that doesn't mean you decide, oh, I'm going to lop my arm off. I guess I'm not going to go to the doctor until I have a day off. I mean.
Now that's a little bit different. Just a bit.
Why are your sales sucking so
Peroxide
bad?
dental rinse, huh?
Yeah, a
That's-
broken tooth isn't a big deal if you have no pain. I mean, I agree. Sherry says she broke a tooth. And it's nothing, and it's fine. If you have no pain, not a big deal. Annoying, pain in the ass, but not a big deal. But you have pain.
why the
Yeah.
hell is Nikki in the chat but not talking live on the show? Why is she
That's bad,
muted
sir.
on the show? Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I'm not a bully. That's the ass. Fuck you all in your pain. That's all I'm saying.
She's just making fun, Eric.
I know.
She's not being serious.
All right, Robin, you know what the issue is, so you got to fix the issue.
My yesterday sucked.
Hey.
Honestly, my yesterday was bad.
Oh, mine was good. Yesterday was good. The day before was bad, but
No.
yesterday was good. So,
I did $102 yesterday. It was really shitty.
wow, that is bad.
Oh my God. I wish I
did.
did $102 yesterday.
It's really, I mean, like by noon, I think I'd only did like 30 or something. It really was bad.
Do you guys have like a monthly figure that you need to hit? You say, this is what I got to hit to have a, to be comfortable.
I don't know. I usually try to be like around 10 or 11,000.
Okay.
So that's like, I think 10,000 is at like $350 a day.
So it's pretty close to that, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, if you divide it by 30, I like to try to be around that.
Wow, Valerie's had 13 sales since she's been on vacation.
Man,
Cool.
maybe she should stay in California more. Hey, must be like California air getting to her.
That's awesome, Valerie.
So
I miss your face. What?
when your jaw hurts, if you naturally let your jaw drop, does it still hurt?
No.
Because one time I thought I had infection in my jaw from a tooth,
Mm-hmm.
but it was actually from clenching. My jaw was sore from clenching because I was
Yeah.
in pain and didn't realize I was clenching. And the doctor said I just needed to sit there with my mouth open naturally, just let it drop naturally, and just sit like that as much as I possibly could. And eventually, within like 2 or 3 days, it stopped hurting.
So you had to go everywhere with your mouth open?
Now it looks like I have resting bitch face.
I sat here and looked like an idiot.
Looked like a fish
I normally do.
flopped open.
That's what they call it, resting bitch face.
Yeah. Anyways, you should go to either urgent care or a dentist or something and make sure there's no infection in there.
Yeah.
Because infection will affect your heart.
Yep. When it comes to your
Okay.
teeth, go directly, that blood supply goes directly to your heart. It can actually be very damaging to your
Yes.
heart.
So I'm a firm believer if you think you have infection, you should go check it out. Now, another thing that helps with teeth is I use Biotine, because I didn't have dental insurance for a while, and I
Right.
had problems with my teeth becoming infected all the time.
Yeah.
Well, I use Biotine, and it keeps infection away. And sometimes when there's infection, because I use using peroxide, which would get the infection away, but that
Uh-huh.
starts eating your gums, so it's not good
Right.
to use like on a normal basis.
Right.
Biotine, I swish with that every day, twice a day, and I don't ever get infection in my mouth anymore. And I also, when you have an infection, it's a little expensive. It's kind of like $12 a bottle.
Yeah.
When you have an infection, if you swish with it, it takes a little longer than like peroxide or something to get rid of, or antibiotics. Eventually get rid of the infection and helps. But
Yeah.
that's if you can't go to the dentist, if you don't have insurance or something. Biotine is a good.
Well, I'll probably go Monday. I just don't want to go anywhere today.
Well, you could have a heart attack by Monday if it's infection, but
Oh, stop it. I'm not going to have a heart attack. Don't say that. You guys are setting me up for bad juju.
Misha, because if you go and you're like, oh my God, I'm in pain, and you throw a hot compress on there or something, that infection's going to go deeper and deeper, and then you're going to have to be in the hospital with antibiotics and IV. Happened to me before, you know. And when you leave infection not taken care of, it ends up getting worse.
See, the thing is that I'm not like in severe, it's not severe. The pain is not severe. It's just my jaw aches and it feels like it's, you know, like connected to my ear, like, you know, maybe like a sinus thing, and which I've had before. And then I broke the tooth on the side. Yeah, Valerie, that's what's going on. Just, Valerie, you need to shush. She told me, she said, you tell her, Nikki, she's stubborn. But no, it's not an abscess.
I had an absolute perfect set of teeth until I was 22 years old when I had my second daughter. My teeth were so perfect, the dentist took my x-rays and put them on his wall. But after my second daughter was born, teeth, you can imagine, they're horrible. And yeah, I've dealt with a lot of that. It's horrible.
With when you have kids, because they like suck all the calcium out of your body.
Your whole body.
They told me it was hormones. Your hormone changes.
Valerie, don't you dare.
What did Valerie say?
She said she's gonna call Brandon.
There you go. Get naked guy on the job. He'll do it.
Oh God.
Well, you should honestly go in and make sure it's not infection. I mean, it could be many things, but maybe it's not infection, but you probably should go in and get it checked. And if you're not going to go get it checked, at least have Brandon go to Walgreens or Walmart and get some of that Biotine and start swishing with it, and swish with it 5-6 times each day until the pain goes away. It should, if it's infection, it should help within a couple of days.
Okay.
But you really should.
I'll have him go get that.
Why don't you just run to the urgent care or something real quick and have them check it out?
Because they don't mess with teeth.
Your dentist, but you got to have this checked out.
They don't have anything to do with teeth.
I understand, but they will check and make sure that there's no infection in there if you tell them that you're waiting to get seen by a dentist.
Yeah.
Can't get you in for a couple weeks, so you want to come in and make sure there's no infection in there because you got pain. See if you got an infection and give you antibiotics accordingly. Then Monday, when you can get in to see your dentist, you can go right in and get it fixed instead of waiting for him to give you antibiotics, and then you have to wait for the antibiotics to work. Then they'll fix it.
Yeah.
It's a little faster process.
Oh, I really don't want antibiotics, especially after all the mess I just went through.
Why?
Because
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
It's just not good for
I know, but
me.
antibiotics is the only way you're going to get rid of infection. Well, you can try
Yeah.
that Biotine and see if it'll work, but it takes a few days to work. Particularly as antibiotics.
Yeah. Have naked man look in there and tell you what he sees. I had my neighbor look in my mouth. That's what Sherry said. There's nothing on this side. Like there's no loose teeth or nothing on this side.
It could just be from clenching your jaw because you're having problems with your teeth.
Maybe it was from clenching because of this one.
Yeah.
Or something.
So try sitting there with your jaw open and see if that helps. Takes a few days, but eventually it'll calm down. It could be a number of many things.
It wouldn't be something with your CPAP machine, like, irritating your jaw or something, would it?
Maybe it could have been I had it too tight or something.
Like how it attaches exactly.
I know I'm not a dentist, Valerie.
Exactly. Neither am I.
I know.
Neither is Eric. Neither is Tara. None of us can tell you what it is. So that's why you gotta see a professional.
Grandma Magic Classic says, "Can I borrow a cup of sugar and can you look at my mouth?" I don't. Oh, Sherry Honeybee says, "Did you start chewing on the other side? Might be from that because of this side." I think maybe I did that. Maybe I started chewing on this side, and maybe that's why this side is sore. Because I'm like, using this side only to chew.
Well, if you're not in excruciating...
When I move my jaw, I can move them independently. So, I can only chew on one side or the other.
What are you talking about?
The jaw goes up and down. It doesn't really matter which side you chew on.
I know, but...
If it's causing problems because you're chewing on the other side, it's because you have a problem.
But what if I'm going like this? Like, because
like that.
No.
Do you often chew like you look like Popeye chewing on his pipe?
If I see Sally,
if you do, I think you got more problems than just your mouth. I think you need to learn how to chew. And how in the hell did you land your husband if you chew like that?
Shut the fuck up, Nikki. Oh, that's funny. Arr. Oh my gosh.
You did. You look like Popeye chewing on his pipe there for a minute.
Okay, so how's everybody's sales?
Sorry, the mother in me came out.
Yeah. Can you turn around so I can flip you off?
I have eyes in the back of my head, don't you know?
Right. Oh. Yes, I know that you're just looking out for my best interests.
Yes, we are. We all love you, Sally.
Oh, Scott Zilke, I'm going to kick you out. He said someone start a GoFundMe for her heart attack. What an ass.
Well, when you don't take care of infection, that's what happens.
Yeah, change the
Teeth is a
subject
direct
really
link to your
quick.
heart. Bad teeth will cause heart problems.
I know, and I don't usually. I mean, I don't like teeth stuff. Like, that's one thing that I can't hardly deal with. You know, as far as pain, I can't handle it. So believe me, if it starts hurting real bad, I'll be somewhere.
Over a weekend.
Yeah. I'll be somewhere.
Scoring some heroin.
Yeah. Sherry says we are funner than WebMD. That's for damn sure. So, you know how I said that I might do...
Hey, you can't pay for entertainment like this.
What?
I don't know.
What do you say, Nikki?
People pay big money for entertainment like this.
Oh, I know. You know how I said that I might do that, do one of those videos for showing what I've sold?
Yeah.
Do you think it would be as good though, because I don't pay anything for my inventory?
I think that would
Hopefully
actually
make
be
it
fine.
better.
Yeah, you could
Probably be better.
You're talking about, especially if you title it correctly. If you title it, you know, what I sold out of my dumpster dives. You know, somewhere where you're talking about how you basically paid nothing, and this is what I can sell my inventory for.
Mm-hmm.
To prove that there is a viable way of making money out of nothing.
And there's a whole community of dumpster divers, so make sure you get, like Eric said, get dumpster dive in that title.
Okay.
And do you have Screencast-O-Matic, or are you just going to do it as a talk over on the?
I might just do. I just might do it through Google or through YouTube and just screenshot.
Like, like record a live hangout doing it.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you could do it and set it up as a live. I mean, Screencast-O-Matic is the easiest way to do it.
Okay.
Because that actually takes you and puts you into your screen, and then you have to you can set it all up beforehand, and then you can just go live with it. And it's recording a video, and if it doesn't work, you can always start over, delete it. Something happens, you can stop it. Whereas if you use like Google Live to create the video that you're going to have down the road, you know, first off, it's live, so anybody that's a subscription to your channel can see it. But then also, it's hard to fix it, you know, at that point. Now, again, you could use your phone, I guess, and do a video or something like that. But Screencast-O-Matic is not expensive. It's like $15 for a year subscription. But it's the easiest to use. But I'm sure there's other ones out there. I mean, maybe you can use the capture video on your software for your camera. I'm not real sure, but I mean that's what I use. I use Screencast-O-Matic for making videos, and I got that because for my son to make videos with.
Yeah. Well, me and Valerie have done it before. Knock it off. Sorry. Me and Valerie have done a video like that before, and what we did was just screenshot the picture of the item, or you know, like my eBay page.
Yeah. And
then just did a whole bunch of those, and you know, screenshot and then put it in a Word document.
Okay, the easiest way to make one of those videos is to say you're gonna say I'm gonna the last 50 items I sold. Go to your sold page, and then go to every item, and where it has the item title, just right click and open in a new tab, all the way down. You're gonna have 50 tabs open. So then you start your software, and you can set them up. You're going to have to set them up so that people can't see the buyer's name. So you kind of have to move the screen around a little bit, or drop it down on your sliders to get just the picture of the item that what it's sold for.
Mm-hmm.
And then you do that with all 50 of them. And then you start your software, and you say, this is the item I sold, and then when you're done talking about that item, you just close the tab and it pops the next one up. That's the best way. It's not fast because it takes a lot of time to set that up.
Yeah.
That's why making those videos, people make those videos, they do spend a little bit of time with them. But that's and once you get them all set the right way, it's pretty easy to set them up the right way. Then you're just, the making of the video goes a lot faster.
Yeah.
You can sit there, I can make a 50 item video in 20, 25 minutes. I don't know, I tend to ramble. I tried making a couple of them and I ramble too much. I can't stay focused on it. I work better with people. So if I did a video with somebody, like if you do a live hangout with Valerie and you talk about the 50 items you sold, doing the exact same thing, that might be a better method with a screen share, and then you do the same thing with all the tabs. That would work as well. Yeah, but really that's where you want to have like a third browser window. Somebody opened a third browser window, either on another computer or on the phone, and put it away from the computer so you don't get the screech. But so that way you get, like here, we get the boxes at the bottom with our people, and you can lock yourself into things, but you can see your reactions, Val's reaction, and then the blank one, and then you can see what's on the screen. That's another way to do it without paying Screencast-O-Matic their $15.
Yeah.
So it's just different. I mean, you just got to figure out what the easiest one for you and how to do it. But those are the most interesting videos out there because they show real results.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know that they, like, in the past they've been motivating for me. I get motivated easily like that, seeing.
Well, you're seeing your sale. What's nice about them is motivating is you're seeing what you're selling stuff for, and then people like those videos, I think, more than anything because it's real results. It's not it's not a haul video where you're going, oh, I think I'm going to get this much. I can tell you how much I think I'm going to get for all my stuff, and that's based on experience, eBay sold, things like that. But there's no guarantee, and I'm going to take offers. I'm going to put things on sale. So I'm not going to quite, if I say that's a $100 item, I'm probably not going to get $100 because I'm going to have it on sale or I'm going to take an offer. But if I only paid $5 for it, if I take a $70 offer, it doesn't invalidate my $100 theory. It just means that I took $70 at the time.
Right.
That's like most haul videos. If someone says it's a $1,000 haul, is it really going to turn into $1,000? Probably not. It's probably going to be more a $600 or $700 haul, but you can't. It's a guess. Whereas the what I sold videos is the actual results. That'd be really good if you could do you do a haul video and then you show those exact same items what you sold for.
What's wrong? I think we sold about a week and a half ago.
Be careful because Sherry's going to call me a bully again. So
she probably used it. Now she's done using it.
The one that I did, Sherry, was with Valerie. And what we did was we set it up as like we put a picture of it in like a screenshot without the buyer's name and stuff like that. We put that screenshot in a Word document, and then that's what we were screen sharing is the Word document. Which it's not bad. It's not that hard to make one of those kind of videos either. But me and Valerie were going back and forth, and so it kind of allowed us time to get the next one ready. But I could always, have all those Word documents set up.
Yeah, if you want to do, I mean, to me that's extra work, but that's not that much extra work. But
yeah,
it's up to you and how you want to do something like that. You do it whatever way it makes you closest for you and makes you comfortable doing it. But yeah, I mean, I think it would be from your perspective, I think that one would be a very interesting one because you're showing people that you don't need to invest in inventory to make money if you have a good source or if you're careful how you pick. Every day before trash day, I got guys coming out here and they go through everybody's trash.
Yeah.
I mean, I put out half my trash and half of it, and I put out my trash and half of it's gone before the trash guys get here.
I could probably make even more money if I went down to the nice neighborhood around the lake and on trash day and picked from there.
Yeah.
Seriously, I could probably pick up furniture and all kinds of shit, just
Yeah,
a bunch of stuff,
I put stuff out that I don't want to see get destroyed because I know somebody's going to pick it up.
Yeah.
I don't worry about stuff like that because I know someone's going to. I probably have 7 or 8 guys that'll drive through the neighborhood in the day before trash to pick stuff up.
Right.
So,
I have 2 guys that I know that come around to my neighborhood and they look for scrap, and there's this one guy, he gets a whole bunch of refrigerators, so he looks for things to fill them up with.
Go down to the Twin Cities all the time for spring cleanup. And while we were picking through spring cleanup, people would see us and they're like, "Oh, do you want more stuff? Come on in. We've got more stuff in the basement." And I mean, we'd bring couches and recline, nice, really nice stuff that wasn't broken down or anything.
Yeah.
The auction house every week and sell it and make tons of money,
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I've had, if I'm putting out scrap and the guy drives by and he starts loading up, and I'll sit, and if I've got more metal to put out or something like that, I'm like, "Hey, I got more. If you just give me a few minutes, I'll get it out." And 90% of those guys will say, "Hey, I'll give you a hand." I mean, you're giving me money. I mean, that's basically the way I look at it. I don't want to deal with it. I could save it and load it all up and take it down, but my neighbor 2 doors down is a scrap guy. So
yeah.
And the good thing about that is if I ever get by a storage unit that's got a bunch of appliances in it, I just got to walk over, talk to them, say, "Hey, I got a bunch of scrap appliances at a storage unit. If you want to come pick them up for me, you can have them." And he'd do it in a heartbeat because that's how he makes his living. He's a scrap guy. He just loves that stuff. He's got a big 20-foot trailer that every week goes down to the scrap yard and it's loaded with appliances and stuff.
And I bet if you ever came home with a big load of stuff and you needed some help, he'd come over and help you unload it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you're making a nice networking thing there, a nice
connection. Yeah, it's a great connection to get rid of crap metal that I don't want to deal with.
Hey, Sally.
I get crap tools and stuff like that aren't worth having. I don't throw them out. I give them to him so he can scrap them.
Hey, Sally. Hey, if you do like one of these sold type videos, you ain't gonna key anybody up in your area that you're getting this stuff for free out of this dumpster, are you?
No.
All right.
No.
Like Nikki, she got hit up by that one person. Are you that Nikki from the morning show? You know?
I go at just the right time. If they were to do, to go where I go, they would probably either one, not get as much or the good stuff like I do, or 2, they would screw it up for both of us. Yeah. Because if they don't go in the middle of the night, then they're gonna get seen by staff, and staff is gonna tell them to leave.
Or they start locking it.
Yeah, maybe. They might start locking
that's
it.
the problem you have when you dumpster dive or trash pick or anything like that. You get, if one person's doing it and nobody cares, that's fine. But you get 10 people starting to do it and it becomes an issue, then they will shut it down.
Yeah, and I don't even care if they start locking it because I'll go before the trash dumps on the day that it dumps, and they'll leave it open. So I'll go on that day.
Yeah. Some places,
I have my ways, and I don't have to go there. I can go other places too.
No.
Yeah, you're not just picking from one spot. I mean, that's the key with it. But yeah, it's something you have to. It's the danger of doing any type of public announcement of where you buy from. I just talked about a bunch of local auction houses I buy from, or online ones, and I'm sure there's people in my area that watch these videos or hear about them, and they goes there. I don't really care.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me at auction because I can stand at an auction and I'm going to bid to a number, and if you outbid me, that's fine. But Sally's a different situation. Yeah. She's getting the stuff totally for nothing, so I just wouldn't want to see you screw that up. Or not that you'd screw it up, but have somebody like horn in on your thing.
Right. And I'm not worried about that. I mean, if, I have my ways, and so, and just like I have my brother-in-law now, giving me all this stuff. And it's good stuff.
Yeah.
And, it's not going to hurt me at all, and really it's work, and it's kind of dangerous work. So if they're up to, you know, putting themselves at risk like that, you know, they can go ahead. You know, I have to watch myself very, very much because they put blades for like blenders and, you know, all kinds of stuff in there. And you just really have to watch where you're stepping and where you're moving. And they throw knives in there and all kinds of shit, you know, so it's dangerous work. Squatter. Hey, you know what? I did pee behind that dumpster once. I have to admit, I had to go, and there was no going to the Walmart, you know, that was close by. I had to go then and now, you know. So I already did that, Jason. But thanks for the heads up.
Did you sit on the edge of the dumpster and then just kind of
No. Oh, what do you mean? To pee?
Yeah.
No. I squatted behind the dumpster.
Okay.
I'm a lady.
Oh, yeah. That makes you a lady.
Behind the dumpster.
I'm a lady. I squat behind the dumpster, you know?
You know, living in the country, and with when I was really having really bad pains in my knee and stuff, and I couldn't walk that much, and I'd be clear across the field or whatever, so I'd squat wherever, you know, just because I could, and I didn't want to have to walk all the way back to the house, you know, because I walked slow and limp and everything else, you know. This was when I was having my knee surgeries. Anyways, I've gotten into that habit. So one day I was at my dad's, and he lives right on a main drag in Duluth. I had to go pee really bad, and I didn't know if I was going to make it into the house. I squatted and peed, and I forgot he has security cameras all over his house, for one.
Shit.
And he lives on the main drag of Grand Avenue. You know, you get in that habit, and it's like, oh, shit.
Oh, my gosh. You know, I mean, I grew up in California, so it wasn't, you know, I didn't grow up in the country or anything. I mean, we would, you know, go camping and stuff like that, but it was, you know, you don't just squat anywhere and pee. That's not, you know, that's not how we were raised.
That's not right.
But you know, I mean, I wasn't raised like that. So if I have to squat and pee somewhere, it's going to be because I can't make it.
Yeah, me too. I don't just do it because I just do it.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll tell you, my mom, my poor departed mother, she would say, not to make fun of her, she would pee outside and she'd be like, I'm checking the tomatoes.
I don't pee outside as much as I used to. That was when I was having knee surgeries and couldn't hardly walk.
Hank Allen Cash says you need to get one of those women's cup funnel things. Get it?
Yeah. The Kiwi.
Yeah. I couldn't pee standing up on top of the dumpster. That was just, to me, it's just not something I'm just gonna do. You know what I mean? It's, if I gotta go, I gotta go. Yeah. But I'd rather not. And usually, like, whenever I did that, like, I think the first time I did that probably was when I was an adult, probably 18 or 19 years old. And because me and my ex-husband used to go camping up in the woods where it wasn't like at a campground, it was just in the woods. And you know, there was no bathrooms, no outhouses, no nothing. So I remember I had to pee, and here I was 7 months pregnant when we went camping on 4th of July, and I was pregnant with my first son, and I peed all over my pants trying to squat and pee. And I was like, I gotta learn how to do this shit, because, you know, if I ever have to do this again, I don't want to be peeing all over myself. But yeah, I ruined a couple of pairs of pants that weekend.
So you were in a couple
Megan
of-
says, I come back and Sally's peeing in dumpsters. What are y'all talking? I'm not peeing in dumpsters. I had to pee
That
really
would be
bad when I was dumpster diving, and I peed behind a dumpster.
She's a lady. She doesn't pee in the dumpster.
I'm
That's
a
right.
lady. That's right.
She's gonna
Get
have
it
to
right.
all that stuff. She's not gonna pee on it.
Yeah. Why would I pee on my stuff?
She's not gonna pee on her stuff.
What did
Maybe
I
something
do?
good in there.
What the hell did I do?
Valerie's laughing at me. Yeah, I should have had one of those funnels. Yeah, that was before they were made.
I was laughing at
Uh,
Jason when he came in like he was peeing.
Yeah.
Oh, you noticed that?
Nice, Jason.
Hey, you know, you have the urge, just go.
Whatever.
I'm too busy to work for you to stop, you know.
And I have a somewhat weak bladder, so that's a thing too.
Plus, when you pee out in the country, out in your property, it keeps some of the wolves or coyotes away.
Well, true. That's true.
Because my husband
See,
would be like, "Nice, dear."
I
Being in
totally
the field, and I was like, "The coyotes away. I'm just trying to help protect the house."
I totally don't have to worry about that because my son who lives in this bedroom, my oldest, instead of running all the way to the bathroom, he runs out to the front porch and pees out in the backyard. Because I mean, I live, like here's my house and here's my garage, so they're facing each other, and so it's a very small space that somebody could actually see in there. And he's facing the other way anyway, so they wouldn't see anything. And so
And you didn't bring the plastic.
No.
Did you? Oh, you did. I'm shocked.
don't have to worry about any wolves coming around here.
All right. Oh, you're a fricker.
Fricker lover.
Hank Allen Cash says, "Yep, Nikki, that's why my dad ran around 40 acres pissing everywhere." That's hilarious.
That sounded like a good excuse to me.
Get an astronaut diaper. No, thank
But yeah, that's
you.
really what I want to be sourcing in is a big ass
Yeah,
diaper.
you can drink the liquid that comes out of an astronaut diaper. It recycles it.
Yeah.
I don't think I could ever move back to the city because, if I've got a pair of clothes out on the line and I'd taken a shower and forgot they were out on the line, I'll just run out there and grab them. I don't think I could ever move back to the city.
I was gonna walk home in the rain about a couple weeks
I've only
ago.
lived out here in the country for 8 years, but I am definitely a country bumpkin.
Hey, Nikki, is your nickname Running Beaver?
I was waiting for Jim to say something.
I mean, I know that's not a visual you guys want to have about me, but well,
Right.
Why are we running out to the clothesline?
Yeah, see, my bedroom window, I have a huge bedroom window and it's backed to the woods. Like it looks out into the woods. And so if anybody was to come walking through there, they could probably get a show.
Oh my God!
Maybe that's why my husband took the clothesline down.
We have one neighborhood that has houses. I mean, it was in our city of 1,200 people or whatever. There is this what I would call a neighborhood. It's just houses. The rest of 90% of the town is just businesses. But you got this one area that's just houses. Well, me and my buddy, where he stayed over my house, so we're riding bicycles. We're probably about 12, 13 years old. We're riding down this road, and the houses are close to the street. And there's this girl, and we knew her. But she's older than us. She was in high school. She's in her living room with no top on, and she's standing on a stool, and she's doing this weird ballet or interpretive dance with no top on, with the picture window with the lights on. While me and my friend, we stood there for at least a half an hour watching her till we got bored. But man, when you're 12, 13 years old, man, you are getting an eye full. She's,
Yeah.
I don't know, 15, 16.
You know, after a couple of minutes, Jim, it becomes stalking, right?
I didn't care what you called it. I called it art.
Oh my gosh.
Is this one guy listed here that's speculating?
I'm going to get him off of there.
Yeah, Valerie said we live in town and it was nothing for Mike to walk in the backyard naked as Jaybird. Yeah, but he didn't have any problem with his nakedness, and he didn't expect anybody else to either. Valerie always had to like make sure that the camera was pointed just to her.
Oh, really?
And yeah, if I was, you know, when Mike was alive and I'd be talking to Valerie at, you know, in the evening or whatever after he got home and took a shower, she had to make sure that there was like no way that she could get a reflection in there or anything because he was always naked.
We had a pool set up and we were stacking hay, and it's in the middle of summer, so it's super hot. So I had like a white tank top, and I'm like, I'm gonna go for a swim. So I had a pair of underwear on, this white tank top, no bra. I'm swimming the cooling down in my own backyard.
Yeah, like it was dark.
And it's like 9:45.
Right.
Across the street, here's us talking. He comes in the backyard. I'm like, oh, this is real nice, you know. So I'm staying under the water. He's like, oh, you're so rude. You don't even get out of the pool. I'm like, listen here, I got a white. You ain't no way am I gonna get out of this pool right now. Anyway.
Oh my gosh.
What kind of person tells you to get out of your own freaking pool in your own backyard?
A pervert.
Exactly. He was trying to see something.
He wanted a show.
Well, you can go to the strip club.
What kind of person sits on a bicycle and looks in your picture window for half an hour?
Sounds like the start to a penthouse letter.
Yeah. Well, we rode our bikes away, so it wasn't very exciting. Probably would have been.
Just so everybody knows, I don't know why there's two of me on here.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. You're just special like that.
What we got?
Twice the fun.
Dear Penthouse Forum, my husband was outside the garage packing boxes with a delivery to the door.
Yeah. No.
I never thought it would have happened to me.
We would go on ice fishing trips. It was the same. It was one of those trips, or the same lake that we broke through the ice on. We'd go on these ice fishing trips out to Minnesota. And this one guy's a dentist, and he would get up at the gas station. He'd pick up a Penthouse, and he'd read those Penthouse Forum letters. We'd go on a motorhome. He'd be laying on one of the bunks, and he'd be reading them out loud, like really elaborate pronunciations, so real dramatic. And then, my throbbing man root or whatever. Because they word them really, crazy. Anyway, we'd be cracking up. I mean, our sides would be aching by the time we got to Minnesota. Anyway,
oh my gosh.
Good times.
Yeah.
This is also the guy whose advice is like, if he had like a one-night stand, Jim be like, well, how do you just dump them like that or whatever? He goes, well, they keep calling, but eventually if you don't answer your phone, they get the idea.
He's married now. He's like a confirmed bachelor till like 35. Well, I mean, his dad was a dentist. He's a dentist. His two brothers are both dentists. His sister's a dentist. So, I mean, they do pretty well for themselves. Oh, odd topic. We should be talking about this right now. I'm sorry to bring up dentists again, Sally. But anyway, so, I mean, financially, yeah, he's pretty well set. He drives a nice car, it was a fancy, like, SUV thing. But anyway, so, yeah, a lot of girls were chasing him or whatever. But, yeah, he just, he wasn't going to get in anything serious.
Wow.
That was his way to get. I said, I don't know how you do that. I mean, don't you hurt their feelings when you don't? No, I just don't. I just return their calls and they figure it out. I'm like, oh man. Stone cold.
Yeah.
I always like to keep the door open for repeat business myself, but that's a different strategy.
God.
Well, I mean, you never know what's going to happen. I hate to burn bridges. It's called networking.
Oh God.
Some night when you're sitting there all alone, all lonely, you're going to be saying, I wish I would have been nicer to Susie, you know?
I hope you're not still thinking that.
No, I mean, but back, you know, when I was younger.
Oh, okay, now it's when you're younger.
No. No, I'm not looking for anything. Thank you very much. Found it, completely happy.
I always said if my husband dies before me, I'm not going to go with somebody else because I don't want to go through the retraining process.
Yeah, I'm too old, I think, now to re-break one in.
Yeah, and those guys are all looking for somebody to take care of them. They're not looking for a wife. They're looking for a nurse. Yeah, I mean, when you get a certain age.
But if you're like 60 or something, the guy's like 60 or 70, they're looking for somebody to make them sandwiches.
Yeah,
clean up
they're not looking
after.
for a companion. They want a nurse and a maid. No,
Jim, what do you think we are? A nurse, maid, companion, cook.
I don't know. Me and Tara and I mean, I do laundry, she does laundry. I mean, I really can't think of one task that, you know, just it's only her job or only my job. I mean, we both cook.
I milk the horses, he milks the stallions. Oh, but that would be
we don't have like a division of labor where she like takes care of me or I take care of her. I mean, we both take care. I mean, we both do things, I think, evenly. Or am I wrong on this?
Sure.
She's got a funny look.
No.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't do my part. But
No, he's pretty good. And he doesn't tell me to make him a sandwich. Well, that no.
He's too afraid to.
Jack's Mac says, shit the bed. I come in late and find Jim is talking about people looking for a nurse and Nikki is talking about knocking her husband off. I don't think she was going to knock her husband off. I just thought she was talking about him dying and her not looking for somebody else.
We get this up here. We get these like retired people that retired to the city, and like maybe the wife gets dementia or something. So they ship the wife off to the nursing home and then go find another girlfriend, you know, because you have a lot of women up here that are looking for men that have some security, you know. So then they go find another damn girlfriend and take care of them.
But wait a minute. It's the girlfriend at least half the time.
The caretaker when the wife was still at home.
Yeah, they hire a nurse to take care of the wife while she's still at home. The guy winds up stooping the nurse, and then they put the wife in the home. And half of the times it happens, that's exactly the way it goes down. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually a pattern of behavior. It's messed up. If my wife is in the nursing home, I mean, I'm not just gonna do. Yeah, okay. I'm out of sight, out of mind. I mean, really.
And it'll be like a month later. It isn't like 5 years or something. It'll be like a month and a half.
I mean, if your human needs are that bad, that's what they can
They ain't doing it when they're 70.
That's what they make porno for. Crying out loud. I don't even understand it. It's like throwing your wife like a piece of Kleenex or something. I don't get it.
Jim's throbbing boomstick is getting all excited back there.
I hate that when he says that. I don't like it. I don't know. Creeps me out.
What's that?
When you say that, that throbbing man really.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's where it's from. It's from those.
I know. It's just so.
No, it's not from that. It's from those really spicy romance novels. That's where that. Because my mom would read those, racy novels. So as a
Your
kid,
mom would read you spicy romance novels out loud.
I bet your mom
When
would tell the world what she's was reading.
they knew I was digging through their stuff. But anyway, yeah, they always have like these elaborate descriptions for everything. It's funny.
Oh boy,
Which I won't get into.
it does freak me out.
Jim's throbbing man meat over there.
Oh no! Don't say that, Jason. Excellent. Yeah. If you keep describing it that way, you're gonna ruin it for us.
Not so bad.
The Polska kielbasa.
Oh God! Stop.
Oh no, what was it? Oh, Burgess Meredith and Grumpy Old Men or whatever.
Grumpy Old Man, yeah, that was hilarious.
Where he said
the outtakes at the end. The baloney pony.
Yeah.
Taking all one eye to the optometrist. Taking a skin boat to Beertown.
All right.
Oh no, is this skin boat to Beertown?
The skin flute to Tuna Town.
It's taking the log to the beaver. That's what it is. That Burgess Meredith, he was hilarious. He was a dirty, dirty old man. Oh, I gotta do an advertisement shout out to myself.
Here, I'll let you sit down.
Okay, well, it's gonna take 2 seconds. Oh, boy. She's jealous it was my birthday yesterday. Anyway, I finally did my video. So I posted it in the messages or whatever. So now the crate, and if you're watching and you would one of the people want to know about a crate building video, it is now in the Jim and Tara Carey video collection on YouTube. So
For all 5 subscribers.
yeah. So it's a shout out to me. About me. For me.
Jim's like a legend in his own mind.
I am.
We should do a YouTube documentary, Jim Carrey.
There's nothing wrong with a little shameless advertising.
Tar just said I should do a documentary about myself. This is a documentary for me and about me. Yeah, I'm going to edit out every single thing I ever did wrong.
Talk about yourself in the third person.
And I'll talk about myself in the third person.
Yeah, that's kind of. I always find it funny when people talk about themselves in the third person. You're like, dude, you're talking to me right here. I mean, freaking me out a little bit, to be honest. But
making fun of Jim talking in the third person makes Jim angry. Jim angry, Jim smash.
Jim might have to do something about that, you know.
Jim pities a fool. Oh man. Jim only has 2 emotions, pissed and not pissed. Oh man. Oh.
So how many crates did you make today?
Oh, God. Just one I gotta do today. It's it's a gooseneck hitch, but it's not the kind that bolts in flat. It goes into some kind of, Reese makes it. It must have went into some kind of assembly that's in the bed that you pin it in with 4 pins to hold it in the bed. Like you put in a 5th wheel, but it's
you can take it out and it's
but it's not like one of those ones, like some of those ones you push the ball in or whatever. This one's actually a pretty good sized plate. I mean, it's probably about 2 feet long by 1.5 feet deep, with 4 on each corner. There's a little like slot and ring that goes down into some other kind of frame assembly. So what do we get for our $1.25? $130, yeah.
How much does it weigh?
By the time it's crated, it's probably gonna be about 60 pounds.
Oh, that's not too bad.
No, not too bad. But it's too much for corrugated, and that'll be a small. You know, it's only because it sits pretty low in the truck. It's probably only about 8 inches high.
Yeah.
So it's a little compact little crate. So, in the video, I did that blacksmith's crank billows, that Champion forge billows. So that if you compare the size of that,
all right.
And it's quick. I mean, it ain't really, the longest part's not in the video. I didn't show cutting up the boards because I just don't. Not that I think anybody would ever come after you for something you showed them in a YouTube video, but I just don't want to show somebody how to cut boards and then find out later that my technique or whatever, because it was incorrect, made them cut off their finger.
Wait, hold on, Jim. Was your technique using a radial arm saw and texting at the same time?
Yeah, I didn't show that. No.
Yeah, that's the Jim technique, you know.
Yeah,
You know, it's bad enough that radial arm saws are like notoriously dangerous to operate, and they really don't make them anymore for the most part, except for commercial purposes. And Jim's over there texting and using a giant saw blade that's floating above the table.
I was operating the saw with my right hand, and I was holding the wood and pushing the wood into the path of the saw blade with the hand that I was using my thumb to I wasn't actually texting. I was going through my YouTube app or my eBay app looking for the next thing part I had to pick. So I was going through my sold items list with my thumb while I'm pushing the piece of wood into cuts.
It really says, I love a radial arm saw. I think they're great.
Oh, they're phenomenal. The problem is that most people don't know how to use them properly or don't read the instructions and get hurt very easily.
Yeah, they tried to beat
so many lawsuits that they had to cut back from what I understand of it.
Yeah, it says do not rip or plow, this direction. I always rip and plow their incorrect direction.
A perfect example.
I cut both ways. I cut forward going and I cut backwards because I could move the board through. And I'll actually run the saw both ways. But
so because you shot that board across the garage floor there.
Yeah, you just got to hold on to it. It's guts. Once in a while it tries, but I usually got pretty good grip on it. Yeah, that's why, like I said, that's why I didn't videotape that part.
But I mean, the radial arm saw is one of those. It's the only really decent saw you have aside from a table saw for cutting, 3/4 inch thick, 12-inch planks. I mean, you can run the whole thing through. I mean, most people don't have the chop saw that's that you can run lengthwise like that. That's not a very common one either. So. Oh
yeah, that's another $100.
Yeah.
The regular DeWalt compound miter is $400. The compound miter with that movable arm is $500. They add $100 for that option. So yeah, I love getting my hands on that one. That's nice. I have the DeWalt. I think it's a 15-inch blade, the big compound miter.
Yeah.
That was one. That's the brick and mortar. I paid a guy $40 for it. And it was brand new.
Wow. Yeah, he stole that.
I didn't know anything about saws at that time. And I'm telling the guy, I'm like, hey, I get $25 for these. I go, yours seems like a nice one. I'll bump it up to $20. I said, usually I pay $5-10 for these things. Oh no, it's worth way more than that. Way more than that. Okay. So I look at him like, yeah, you're right. It looks like a pretty good saw. I'll give you 40. And he was a good customer. So he's like, well, that's not what I wanted, but I'm okay with that. So he took the 40. The next day I go to the hardware store, to an Ace Hardware. Yeah, there's the saw. That's why I know how much they cost. $400. I was like, oh man. And I love that saw. I use it for everything that I can use it.
Yeah, I got two compound miters. I can't remember the brands. I picked mine up at auction, obviously. So
this one still had the little plastic bag, the little Ziploc bag taped to the side of the saw that has the extra motor brushes in it. So I mean, it been never used, and the guy had to make rent.
Well, the thing about the old miter saws, especially like the DeWalt ones, is that they had a plethora of attachments. You could do so much with the damn thing.
Yeah.
Everybody in the chat's talking about how you go both ways and you rip and plow both ways.
Oh, that's nuts.
No, it's perverted.
Oh, no. Some things in life, I assure you, I only go one way. Not that there's nothing wrong with the other thing, but that's not my cup of tea.
I like how Jim puts a disclaimer.
There's nothing wrong with it.
That's from Seinfeld.
Well, Robin said that the throbbing boomstick is now loose now. So
I remember that episode.
Yeah, they do it 20 times in the episode. They say
that.
If you start that's rip and plow both ways, we're sleeping in separate bedrooms.
Oh boy! Did you guys hear that?
Nope.
Tara said if I start doing the rip and plow thing with her both ways, she goes, we're getting separate beds. Cool. Well, this will be the longest live show ever because I can tell you, I'm nearly positive that Sally is asleep right now.
Oh boy.
No, she's having a heart attack right now.
Oh no!
That fluid around her heart's infected.
I didn't say it because everybody else was throwing around the advice, and I thought maybe she's all advised up. But actually, I had a sore jaw for I thought maybe I had lockjaw from tetanus or something. I had it for 3 or 4 days. But what I did was I had slept on I don't know why, but when I slept, I'd put my fist on my pillow and I'd slept on my fist, and it actually, that joint, your mandible joint or whatever there, it actually, it just was, it must, in my sleep or whatever, it must have actually damaged it. It was 4 days before I could actually chew very well or whatever, and it just went away.
I don't know, Jim. I think you got Sally so excited with your man meat over there that she had to take a break for a bit.
Yeah. She had to throw up like that guy in Kingpin. Come on, it's that bad.
She's gonna kill me for saying that.
That's okay. You won't get called a bully like I did. So.
Oh, you're a bully.
Yeah, I'm a bully now because I gave the same advice everybody else gave, but I was the bully. So.
You're always the bad man.
I know. I like being the bad guy, I guess.
It's because you're a man, so you're always the bully.
Yep.
It's the bald head.
It makes you a bully?
No, it makes you look like that mean sergeant on a cop show.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now you guys get out there and do your job.
You just reminded me of like the Top Gun, the guy at the beginning that was in charge of captain of the ship. He was that bald actor, you know.
Yeah.
He's known for playing those, you know, very loud roles.
He was the principal in Back to the Future.
Yeah, I forget his name.
Was it Ghost Rider or something requesting flyby? Negative, Ghost Rider, the pattern is full. And then they do it anyway.
Yeah, if they actually were to do that in real life, they wouldn't be pilots for the Navy. That's always fun.
Yeah. Yeah, like it was,
Yeah, no, that movie's a fantasy.
Yep.
Jim's like, especially that volleyball scene, that was my fantasy.
What's up, you bunch of bullies?
Yep.
Oh no.
What's up, homo? Oh wait, not that there's anything wrong with that though.
The big bully's on.
Is this live?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
live.
it's live because Sally fell asleep, so. Or she's in the corner crying because I bullied her so much, so I don't know. Either one.
The admin's sleeping, so you can F-bomb the daylights out of it.
Was she really crying?
No, why hell, I don't know. I don't think so. No, I got called a bully for giving advice.
Yeah, Eric's not allowed to talk anymore.
On the show?
Well, it was Sherry called me a bully, so I'm just teasing her. So
Sherry.
No, it's just
it's just Sherry. She hasn't been in the chat since she called me a bully. She just bombed it and then left because she's doing her other job. I'm thinking about going to the webpage and start spamming the webpage she's monitoring right now.
I tried that last time and I had to write an incident report. Dude, here you go, right here. Hold on. There it is. Look at that.
What is it?
The world's
His
ugliest
hand.
Mustang.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. What was it? Oh, was that the Mustang?
Yeah. Was the one that looks like a Pinto,
Oh, was it the King Cobra?
but worse than a Pinto. I don't know. I can't catch up with it. He's going so fast.
That's the,
Is
it's
it
probably
the villain?
King Cobra because the King Cobra was 78. That was actually a fairly hot Mustang.
Is it the Vanilla Ice Mustang?
I don't know what the Vanilla Ice Mustang is.
It's the one with the plastic round front headlights. It's really stupid looking. And I don't apologize to anybody who owns one.
That's the Fox body Mustang. He's talking about the Mustang 2 hatchback version, right?
The Pinto looking Mustang.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the
Pinto.
Mustang 2. That's 76 to 78.
Yeah,
Yeah, they were awful.
they were ugly.
But the King Cobra is 78. That's the one that had the 302 in it. It's got all the ground effects and the louvers in the back.
Look what I got today.
You can only polish a turd so
Nice.
straight.
Zombies the board game. And
Is that old or new?
I don't know, but I scanned it on Amazon, 2006.
Oh,
I
okay.
scanned it on Amazon. It looks like it's probably worth about $20-something if it's complete.
Oh, that's cool.
Check this out. Antique
Christmas tree.
Christmas tree with little Santa Claus heads on it.
I like that. That's
Yeah.
fun.
Cool.
That is cool. Did you see
I
that?
paid $5. I paid $5. I paid $5 for that one.
Probably worth
Everybody-
50, right?
Everybody at this red light's looking at me like, why is this guy doing show and tell in his car?
Probably like $50,
Yeah.
right, Dusty?
On the Christmas tree stand?
Yeah.
I think it was worth more than that.
Yeah.
Probably more than that, just because of the. I'm going to say more than that because of
The kids?
Santa Santa Claus heads, yeah.
Yeah.
It's got a number on the bottom of it. Actually, it has initials.
Yeah, I mean that's
And then a
definitely
space, and it looks
pre-war.
like GM.
I don't know, when did Santa Claus become popular? Was that like in the 20s in the U.S.?
Probably, and there's a number 646.
No, Santa Claus was around in the
GR.
1800s, Jim.
Might be
Yeah, but he didn't get in America. He didn't get real popular. It wasn't like a big boost or something. I thought it was like after the turn of the century is when he got really popular in the U.S.
Who's Santa Claus?
Yeah,
I mean, it could be foreign. I don't know.
that
Is
could
it
be.
cast iron or just cast metal? Is it?
No, it's cast. Can you weld cast iron?
No, I mean, yeah, you can.
Yeah,
but
but it's extremely difficult, and it wouldn't do it for factory purposes.
It's got some small welder repairs on the back side of it, so
Probably not iron. It's not. How heavy is it?
5 pounds.
Yeah, it's not cast iron. It's just it's just metal, you know. So.
Looks
It's
like
very
it's got
small.
the remnants of possibly some gold paint or gilding or something on it one time.
Now, knowing Dusty, he'll put that up a little later tonight, and it'll be sold by like 8 p.m.
Do what?
Knowing you, you'll put that up tonight, and it'll be sold by 8 p.m.
Scott Zilke just texted me and said your volume is really low, so now I'm yelling.
Yeah,
It
your
is
volume's
very
always
low.
low in your car. So.
Yeah, it's always like that.
Well, ain't nothing I can do about it, Willis. Because I'm a bully.
That's right.
So I went to an estate sale out in the middle of nowhere that I actually was chasing the yard sale sign that somebody didn't take down their old one, and ended up in like, I don't really know where I was, like maybe Maysville. I'm really not sure where I was. And it was an old house right by the railroad tracks, and it was just straight up nothing but like Naugahyde, like somebody's grandma got everything in like the 1960s, 70s, and then never changed another thing. But it wasn't even like cool retro stuff.
Oh my God.
I mean, there was some cornflower blue, but somebody had already grabbed it. There was a lot of Tupperware, but it was pretty roached. Like it was in pretty bad condition. It was like there's a whole house full of like literally nothing. And they're like, you don't see anything you can find? I'm like, no, I really don't need a polyester jumpsuit, but if I did, and even the clothes weren't really vintage enough to be cool. So it was kind of a bummer. Because I got really excited. It wasn't one that was like advertised. I just happened across the sign out in the country.
You know what'd be funny is if you, like, when you're doing all your yard sales, you, like, bump in the gym.
I texted him this morning. There's another estate sale. I happened across it with a company here in town called Lotus. And I texted him. He's like, well, I thought they sucked. I'm like, I've never been. Who cares if you think they suck? No. Everybody's tastes are different. So hopefully he went out and hit that one. And I got there at 9:30. It was starting at 10 o'clock. I looked on they got a Facebook page. A lot of just, So I just wasn't feeling it. So hopefully he went and hit that one.
I just have this big picture of, like, you guys both getting out of your car at the same time at a yard sale, but you're at opposite ends of the yard sale. And in the dead center, there's, like, this mint G.I. Joe in the locker. And you both glance over and see it. And you both have to do, like, this mad run to get through it.
I mean,
It's like
slow motion in your head too, aren't you, Jason? It's slow motion.
Yeah.
It's like the end of Talladega Nights where they're both trying to run across the finish line.
Yeah. And then they kiss at the end.
Yeah, which one's Sacha Baron Cohen? Anyway, on the Santa Claus thing, I was way off. It's a Civil War era is when it became popular. So if you've got, I mean, that thing could date all the way back. Mass production, you're probably looking at 1880s or later.
Yeah, I think it's more like 1910s. I found a couple of examples. They're close, but they're not the same thing. But it's in the $80 to $100 range.
See,
He's
Jim,
got-
I
he's got
knew
more-
you were.
Oh, sorry. He's got more of the Saint Nick look going than the traditional Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Which I think is either going to put it at foreign or earlier. Which Saint Nick was more like probably 1920s,
1890s.
I think it was the Coca-Cola campaign when they did their version of Santa was actually the one that got like adopted.
Yeah.
I kind of knew you were wrong a bit, Jim, because I know like on the collectible postcard scene, there's lots of 1880, 1890s postcards with Santa.
Yeah,
And
that's
now
the purple Santa is
Yeah.
probably more along those lines.
Now that I think more about it, I believe I was thinking of that Coca-Cola advertisement with the Santa with the Coca-Cola bottle, the red suit and the white trim and stuff. That became adopted, and I believe that's about when that took off. And I was wrong on the actual when Santa was popular.
But see that the Coca-Cola Santa was like the rosy cheeks, fat,
Yeah,
jolly old Saint Nick kind of Santa.
because he was supposed to be an elf too. So the early portrayals of Santa, he was like he was elf size.
Well, if you look at the early, like I said, go to the postcards. You look for the purple Santa. You'll see a lot more gilding on him. He's taller. He's thinner. That's more the Saint Nick that Jason's talking about. I mean, but it's purple. That's how you can tell the age on a Santa is purple clothing or red clothing.
What color is your
Jolly old Saint Nicholas. What color? What?
What color is your cast iron Santa? So you know how old he is.
You can't. There's no color on it. So I mean, but I think it's about 1910. And if you look at the face structure and everything, I'm going to guess early 1900s, maybe even late 18. But I'd say more early 19. Mainly because it's not cast iron. It's just cast metal.
Yeah, if it was really old, it would be cast iron, right?
Yeah, you cast. Well, I mean, cast iron was good all the way up to the 40s. I mean, but it's.
It was pre-plastic. It was a plastic of that time.
Yeah. But I still think it's $80 to $100. That's now. You hang on to it for a few months, you can probably get a little bit more out of it.
Why? What's coming in a few months?
Oh, that I know that December holiday thing.
Jason wouldn't know because he's Jewish.
Fucking Dusty.
Good old Jewish Jason.
We'll be burning the U-log and you'll be spinning the dreidel.
For the record, I'm not Jewish. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
He just looks it though. That's all. So.
Well, Jason is a very Jewish name.
I have Jewish ancestry, but they converted, so I'm not in the club anymore.
That's all we need is a Jewish princess.
Yeah.
So Sally went to take a breathing treatment and never came back, or what?
She was really tired. I think she fell asleep.
She was beat.
That's awesome. Hold on.
So we should do like a telethon or something now.
That'll kill it 7.5 hours anyway. So
We should auction off all of her eBay inventory.
No, we should do like a benefit auction for her and tie it in with a GoFundMe and see how much money we could raise in like 5 hours or something. She would kill us.
All right, let's see how close I was. All right, I'm going to go with 5 pounds, probably less than 5.
Oh, really? I wonder if it's cast aluminum.
Ooh, 4 pounds, 3 ounces.
It's pot metal.
Oh, it is pot metal. Okay.
I mean, it could be, but it's got
what are the initials?
DR and then a space. CM or GM? And it's got number 646.
Most people don't weld on their own. I mean, most people don't have the ability to weld, so they probably took that somewhere to get it fixed. So
right.
Value
like
to take it and get it
broke
fixed.
there at one time, and apparently somebody using it to burn a candle in.
if it wasn't worth anything, they wouldn't have spent the money to repair it.
Truth.
Not necessarily. It could be like a family heirloom.
Heirloom.
Heirlooms do real well.
Christmas tree stand, antique.
Oh yeah, they're in the garage.
Might be German. I see a lot of the Christmas tree stands that have the figures cast into them being attributed to Germany.
I mean, here's an Art Deco one, $80. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm figuring. That one's similar-ish, but without Santa Claus. Yeah, antique German. I don't think it has Santa Claus. No damage. Of course, theirs has cherubs on it, so the damage is going to hurt a little bit, but it still looks good from the top side. But I don't know if that's going to hurt it a lot because it was.
It's going to hurt it a little bit, but it's an old repair, so it's not like it's beat up to hell. I mean, it's been repaired, so
it was fixed pretty well.
You paid $5 for it?
A zombies game is worth a whopping. I gave $2 for it. It's worth 15 plus ship, $20 ship probably.
So how much was the Christmas tree stand? $5?
50.
No, what he paid for it.
No, that's
$5 for it.
Just 5?
I'm only into it for 50.
Oh, Eric, I got another locker for you to look at.
Drop it in.
Yeah, let me pull that up.
I'll probably just bully you into buying it anyway.
But most of that stuff today wasn't advertised that I hit. I mean, Jim's just gonna he's having a hard time. He doesn't like the thrift stores here, which I could have told you that, but I forgot to tell him. Like, I passed by Salvation Army this morning. They're having their big old, every Friday morning at 10 o'clock, they auction off big pallets full of just whatever. Some of them will be all toys, some of them will be housewares. I mean, that's not a bad way to get inventory. And supposedly the toys go really high, but all the rest of the crap goes reasonable.
That's cool. I would check that out if I was there.
It's just basically a big Gaylord box full, or wooden. They're actually wooden sizes. They're up the cardboard Gaylords, but the wooden size, up to here, and they just do it by the pallet.
That'd be a good way to pick up just a lot of clothing cheap, and then you can figure out you can get 10 or 20 items out of there, and you redonate the rest.
I don't know that it's clothing. I think it's mostly hard goods.
You bring that up, Eric, though. We almost never do clothing like by the piece, like from a thrift store. We almost all of our clothing either comes out of a storage unit, it's storage unit chaff, or we get, or if a thrift store runs a bag sale, so we're filling up bags for $3 a snap. Then we'll like fill up on T-shirts and stuff like that and see what we'll take chances on it.
I'll buy clothing if it's individual pieces, if it's good stuff. I know that I get $30 or $40 a piece for it.
Oh shit! Sorry, my bad.
Well, I'll buy $9 T-shirts if I can fill a bag with them.
I don't do T-shirts anymore unless it's like something really special.
They're correct.
We do. They are good. We do those Mylar bags or whatever those poly mailers to mail them. You just fold up the T-shirt real quick, throw it in a bag, lick it, stick it, and it's gone for $9.99. And I know I got less book in it. Then I'll do it. Otherwise, avoid. I mean, there ain't no going to thrift stores and buying T-shirts for $2.50 and try to flip them for $10. There ain't no money.
I'll go to the thrift store and look for snowball clothes.
Yeah. Or if I got like a Winger concert shirt with the concert dates on the back, or some other Cinderella or some weird,
Stupid Adidas shirt with that.
Throw me that once. Did they see it?
No.
This Tara just got this thing. It's an Adidas shirt, and she showed it to me. I'm like, yeah, okay, no big deal. It's a shirt with long sleeves. She looked it up, and it's I don't know. Oh, the tag's almost gone on it. She just stubbed her toe. Anyways, go for it.
Like 180.
Like $180. It's like embroidered on the outside. So that was a good find. I mean, when she showed it to me, I'm like, what? But I looked at the comps. That's what they're doing.
Wow, Sally's back.
Oh, Sally is back.
I would not buy that, Jason.
She's been asleep. Look at her.
No, Eric?
Feel better?
No, I really got it. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Oh, the last picture is the only thing that's kind of interesting to me.
Yeah, it's nothing exciting. The only reason I kind of like this is because it's in my town.
Well, what's nice is it's cheap.
That too.
There's a lot of stuff. There's no value in piano rolls. There's little value in 8-tracks.
I looked those piano rolls up. They were like $5 a pop.
On a good day.
Yeah, on a good day.
Just throw them in. Just throw them in.
One that's more rare. You can usually count on locking them together and get about $3 a piece. Shit.
Yeah, I did notice that there were a couple that hit like individuals that hit like 100 range, but they must be something special.
Well, it's kind of like old record albums and stuff. I mean, it's rare finding rare titles of stuff that.
Yeah, who's got player pianos anymore? Could you get out of my way, dog?
The thing that interested me was the 8mm films.
That's the only thing that I see in there that's interesting. You have a Charlie Chaplin 8mm film. You've got some big film canisters there that might have original movie release stuff, and that could be interesting.
Yeah.
They could be empty. I mean, you just never know. So,
but it's a lot of crap.
You got a big stereo unit in there too.
Yeah,
console stereo.
I just wanted to show it to you. I don't think I'm going to go on it.
Yeah, I would. There's nothing. I mean, it's okay. It's 120 now. I figure it's going to go for 250.
It's one of those manager specials, so it's like, there's no excitement there,
So I guarantee every record's been flipped through. They pulled out anything that they think was worth value. Yeah, I would say no.
All right.
If you had nothing else in your warehouse, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's weird. Like we were talking yesterday. I mean, why spend $250 on stuff you're never going to get to?
Now check this out, and this you're going to get a kick out of. Hold on. I'm not going to get this because it's too far away and I can't move it myself. But you get a kick out of this.
Where's it at? From New York.
Yeah, New Rochelle. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but it's too heavy for me to move. So. Kind of a question.
Oh my God! So no, you got to go on that one.
I told you it was good.
Do you know how much that thing's worth?
I can't move it, Eric. I know how much cast iron weighs, and believe me, that's more than I can move myself.
Dude, I'd be all over that. That thing would be in the corner of my living room.
Hey, is Jim there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jim, I'm going to put this in the side chat. Tell me what you think of that.
Okay.
The labels are still on it.
Look at the big handle.
I know. That's
for leverage.
Cool.
Do I have size?
What else is in this unit?
Is that a printing press?
It's part of a printing press. It costs you the chopper that it trims the pages on books.
If you look on the far left, there's a miniature printing press, though.
That miniature printing press is probably in the $200 range.
Yeah. But isn't that beautiful? See, I'd be tempted to keep that, too.
I don't think so.
That would look good in my living room. Of course, Jessica wouldn't think so.
That's cool.
Hey, wait, you got to buy it. There's some Nikes in there.
Re-enter it in the side
Yeah.
check.
Dude, if I could move it, I would be all over that, man.
Dude,
it's all original, too, with the handle and everything. I mean, and it's I'm sure it's worth probably about $3,000 at least.
I would say at least, in that condition, at least that much.
It's in Oswego. That's a town in New York.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it says.
Yeah, that little printing press is a couple $100.
You just pull it.
Oh, you got it on here. Okay.
And back to your original comment of two pickers seeing something at the same time at a sale. I'm going to be the guy yelling, "Look over there," and pointing the opposite direction while I snatch it up.
I'll never forget. I was at a sale once, and one of my friends showed up, and he showed up before me, and he was in this garage. It was in a 2-car garage, and he showed up before me, and he's buying all these little tchotchkes off the tables and stuff. He's another tool guy, right? And I walk in, and I'm across the room. I literally just walk into the place, and I get the guy's attention running it, and I said, "How much for those 2 boxes on the floor?"
Oh, it's cutting.
And he goes, I forget what it was, like $40 or something. I'm like, sold, done. My friend's like, what friggin' 2 boxes? He looks down. He's like, holy shit. I bought, no joke, Armstrong clamps. There were like 400 of them. It was an insane amount. But they were the small, like 1-inch Armstrong welding clamps. I sold them for 10 a piece. I was selling them sets of 4 for 40. And I made thousands of dollars.
I'd love to have this unit. I would buy it for myself. Oh, crappy doll.
And he watched me sell those for like 3 years. He was so pissed. Isn't that badass, Jim?
Yeah, I would buy it. I would buy it for myself.
See, I'm the same way. I would totally want to keep it.
Tell them about the printing press.
Tara had a printing press for like $30, and it was in a neighboring town, and it had been in this glass enclosure since my earliest memory, and we moved up here in '67. So I mean, I remember that thing being there like forever in this town, but it was on private property. And when they had the auction, they sold this printing press. Vandals had broken one part of the glass, so it had gotten a little weather, but still not too bad. And Tara had it for like $30.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the guy was just about to drop the hammer, and this guy comes running out of the crowd, and we know him. He's kind of a dick. Anyway, yeah, he starts bidding it. Then he gets in on the bidding, and I think she took him up to $100, and then she quit. But probably should have went the extra. But anyway, this guy's I don't know if he inherited a bunch of money or something, but he just when you get against him in an auction, no matter what it is, I mean, he will just bid it and bid it. He just spends money like water.
And let it go sit outside.
Yeah, and they let it sit. It's sitting outside right now in front of his junk shop that the town is always on him for. The place looks like crap, and he just like has unlimited financial resources. I don't know what he is. I think he was in construction or something.
He bought that horse-drawn bobsled there with the velvet seats.
Yeah, he bought a horse-drawn sleigh for a real horse-drawn sleigh with velvet seats. And what does he do? He puts it out in front of his shop to sit in the rain. It's made out of leather, wood, and velvet. I mean, so today they're gonna haul it. They're gonna wind up hauling it to the dump. You know, he just does not take care of the stuff he buys. It's sad.
That's terrible.
So Jason, I did some research.
Yeah.
Oswego machine is only worth $200.
Yeah.
That several have sold in the last year to 2 years at different auction sites, and $200. One guy, I had one on eBay, couldn't even get a $250 bid on it.
You know, but if you took the wheel off the top, you'd probably get 80 for that.
Yeah, you take it apart, you probably get more just from steampunking it out or something. But
that's amazing, because I've seen like more modern paper cutters, and I've gotten like geez, I remember I sold one once on a consignment for someone like 10 years ago, and it went for like $1,500 or something.
Yeah, but the little printer press is easy, another $200.
It is.
Those things bring good money. There's other things in that unit that'd be worth buying.
Letters.
You're not going to make any money off that big machine, but that machine is so cool. That's something I would probably keep in my shop.
Yeah, it's kind of like just like a conversation piece.
Yeah.
I would put it in my living room.
Yeah, me too. But if I had a big enough living room, I would. But.
A nice record collection too.
Yeah, it looks like they're all from the 70s.
Yeah. Late 60s, early 70s.
A lot of crap records in there, but there might be a decent one or two. But, it's, for the price and the distance and for moving, because that thing's going to be a bear to move.
Yeah.
Not worth the hassle. But I would buy that unit just to have that piece. But again, I'm not looking to sell that thing out of there. So if you could buy it for $250, you can make your money back on everything else, and you could still keep that little piece or that piece.
It's such a pain in the ass to get to it. So I mostly just wanted to show you that. I thought you were
getting it. That's only a 19-inch, and some of the ones I was seeing were selling were the 30 and 40-inch ones. So maybe it's worth more.
That's a big difference. Yeah,
that might
what I was talking about was like 30 or 40. Yeah.
I wonder what's the size of that.
It's deceptive on the side on the picture taking them. That's only 19 inches. That's, you know what? That's not as big as it looks.
Well,
that thing's only about 3 feet high.
Oh, I didn't think it was super big, but I guarantee you that's cast iron. It's got to be probably in
200
pounds or so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's too bulky for me to manhandle it.
Well, you could take the arm off. You could take that big arm off.
I included that.
That bolts off.
Yeah, I agree with Eric on the price. Yeah, I wouldn't go. You know, two and a half tops.
Don't you ever find anything like in Pittsburgh that you don't want to buy that I can buy? I mean, that's what I like to do. Look at this.
There aren't really any out there.
I know. Because they suffer from the area that I'm in, which is nobody ever puts.
I think Larry Lafferty's buying them all.
Could be.
He's out there. There actually is one that I'm pretty hot to trot for, though, Eric.
Even after we had our discussion last night.
I know, but oh man, you know, I have a feeling.
Drop the link in.
Hold on. There. Oh, I guess I could put it in the general too. Hold on. At first glance, it looks like a pile of shit.
You got a Toshiba IP phone in there, or box in there, let me put it that way. Black glasses. Ah, crap. Okay, let's see what the next picture shows. Vision spy drone. Spy drone. Let's see. What is that? Invicta limited edition.
Bingo, that's the one.
That's a watch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's like 6 of those cases in there. They hold 6 watches each.
Ah. Well, the cases alone are worth money, so.
Yeah.
Only a few pictures.
Yeah.
Somebody else has seen them too.
It's a total gamble, but.
Are you looking in the bin? Is that where you're looking?
Third picture.
The third picture of the little blue box.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's some interesting things in there, but
it looks like there's like 4 to 6 of those boxes.
You're looking at least $500 or $600 by the time it closes. At least that amount.
Yeah.
What does an Invicta box bring?
Like that one, I think it was 30. That's the limited edition box.
There it is. That's $70 for that box. For the blue one. 30 for the rest. So I mean, the blue is the most expensive, but yeah, the rest are 25 to 30 bucks. Some are a little higher. Depends on the size.
What? And there's a lot of stuff in there. That's a 5x15. But it's all a mystery.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just one for food for thought.
Just depends on what it goes for, I guess.
Yeah.
So it's a deep unit 15.
You know me, I like collections.
Well, you got the Invicta watches. You had a drone in the plastic container in the first picture.
Well, that one that said Envision Spy drone, that's like a $10 friggin' drone. But there's a bigger one sitting on top of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it goes to what the person was interested in.
Yeah.
So I'd be willing to bet those watch boxes are probably empty. But there's still a couple $100 in watch boxes there.
Yeah.
So I mean, you got to think of like that. And then, I don't know. You need to get burned on one, so why not?
Then you also got to figure who collects like 6 watch boxes.
Yeah, I mean, you may be seeing empty watch boxes, but there may be other watches that don't rate the Invicta boxes if they put somewhere else. And maybe you got some Seikos or something like that that weren't quite good enough to be in his boxes. Then you took all this good stuff out and left the boxes there. But
oh yeah, don't get me wrong. That doesn't mean that brand is in that specific box. General box to just store watches. There could be any brands in there.
Yeah, it could be full of Kmart $10 watches. You never know.
Yep. The nature of the beast.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'd keep an eye on it. You never know. Like I said, if it doesn't really increase too much.
I mean, it's interesting, right?
Yeah, it'd be a fun one to go through because you got enough to make it. You think that it's actually worthwhile doing it.
I mean, it doesn't. It's kind of tossed, but it doesn't look like a dorm room or anything because no furniture.
Yeah, it's more of a apartment clean out, maybe a furnished apartment. Is it New York also?
No, Jersey.
Where's Little Ferry, New Jersey?
Yeah, that's a very like congested area. That's near the Teterboro Airport.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I could see that being somebody's clean out of their
Was that the joke?
man cave or something like that. It's it all looks like guy stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, even the clothing I'm seeing is more guy.
Yeah. I'm not into that girly stuff.
And girls' clothes are just so hard to sell. I'd keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I wouldn't go crazy, but I think I might take a chance on it.
You're up to $700 on the reloading unit.
Mm-hmm.
That's still a good price.
I know. I'm still tempted on that one. I'm just afraid of what's in there.
See, to me, I think that's more your unit because I see a lot of tools, stuff like that. I think that'd be more your bread and butter, but it's not going to be fun.
No, it would be fun, but I mean, I enjoy finding tools. It's not that it's not fun, but I'm just afraid there's some stuff in back there that I can't get rid of or it's too big. I don't like how I can't see all of it.
Yeah, I'd buy that one before I buy the.
I mean, right in the front, there's that friggin' punching bag that's like 6-7 feet tall. What the fuck am I gonna do with that thing?
You donate it. Give it to your neighbor for her yard sale.
Plus, that's like a 10 by 25. It would take me a couple of trips in a big truck.
Probably.
But that's
when I was a kid, my mom prohibited my dad's made my mom stop having garage sales because what would happen would be all the neighbors would give my mom extra stuff to sell at her garage sale, and then when the stuff didn't sell, she's like, "Well, come get your stuff." They're like, "Oh no, we don't need it or whatever." So my old man's like, "Oh my god, we have more stuff now than when we started," and the whole idea was like to declutter. So he finally prohibited her from having garage sales. She had to take her stuff to somebody else's garage sale.
I got a couple I'm watching, Jason.
Drinking games.
What's Dusty doing today? I missed him.
In here.
He's scoring items.
Oh,
Yeah, he bought a Christmas tree stand. And what was that other thing? I forgot now.
A game, zombie game.
Oh, the zombie game, yeah.
Now, they still have, how mine are. They put, he still have almost 12 days left, so
Right.
can't really look at the pricing on them right now. But
I'm looking for some, so a Christmas tree. Yeah, you like units that I would never consider.
this is the best I get. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's not that I like these units, but if I'm going to buy one, I got to buy one that's decent.
Yeah.
Yeah, believe me, I don't want to. I got a really nice Christmas tree. I don't need to buy a freaking Christmas tree unit, but I got to figure any unit I buy, probably 3/4 is going in the garbage.
Yeah, for us, it's at least half goes in the trash.
Yeah, I mean, hell, the first one I sent just got a grill on it.
Yeah, I think right now I'm looking at like 8 units. They're all like bid worthy.
Yeah, I don't get that.
When I told you guys that I took that couch out of that one unit, we actually used it in our house. 99% of the time, that would never happen from units that we usually buy. I would never use a piece of furniture from one of those units in my house. But this one exception, it'd have to be unbelievably neat, clean unit. Usually ours are, they're dirty. Their clothes is in garbage bags. We'll get our money back out of it because we pay nothing. We pay like $20, $30 for the whole freaking unit. But yeah, you get a lot of scrap.
Jeez, I forget now. What was it like? It was either like a Friends episode or maybe it was Big Bang or something, where they brought a chair in from the curb that was like gorgeous, and it had like an animal inside.
I
forget what show was that.
I remember thinking of that Volkswagen commercial where they pick up the free couch on the side of the road, they bring it home in their Volkswagen, and they put it in their apartment, and then they start plugging their noses, and they go put it back out on the curb. Go return it. It's a free couch, but it stinks too bad to be in their house. It was a Volkswagen car commercial.
I don't know. I thought there was a Friends episode or something like that too.
Yeah, I think it was Friends. Because I actually don't like Friends, but Jessica watches it, so I'm kind of forced to watch it sometimes. And it's somewhat funny, but once I did the Seinfeld thing, it's like, there was no need to continue with Friends.
We take our pictures inside the house typically, so for that moment, the clothing item will be in the house, but then within that day, it's typically taken back out into inventory, put in a box. It's folded, put into a shirt box, and then sits on the shelf labeled. Wait until it's bought out in our 2-car garage, so I don't have to worry about like whatever could be on that on the off chance, there was some critter living on the clothing or something.
See, someone in the audience corrected me. It was Big Bang Theory. I did mention that at the beginning. I thought it could possibly been.
Oh.
I think even Seinfeld did something on that they brought an object, a couch or chair or something in, and something was up with it.
Yeah, it was an older one. Either Seinfeld or Friends.
But I remember the Big Bang. Yeah, now I remember because it was just like a regular chair. Yeah. I love Big Bang Theory. That's like one of my favorite shows. Of course it is. I'm like a total geek. Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah. That's you. That is you.
Thanks, guys.
Uh-huh. Okay.
There's just nothing good in storage units around me.
Oh, man. Now I want to take the day off and go to the casino and play Big Bang Theory.
Just buy a storage unit today, and that'll be the same.
Get that out of my head.
All right.
Yeah, just buy a storage unit instead. the safer way to gamble.
It is. I mean,
Your eBay money making tip of the day: go to the casino. Oops.
I know. So that's such a problem. I have a casino that's so damn close. It's actually on the freaking same street that I'm on here at the shop. It's just 20 minutes in one direction. I forget what direction that is.
So when your wife calls and you have the Big Bang Theory slot machine music going in the background, you're like, "Oh no, I'm at work, honey. I'm at work."
I never pick up the phone when I'm at the casino. That's like rule number one, Jim. The casino is like the least quietest place.
Busted.
You can
he only does that because he doesn't want to hear every word she says. He's not hiding from the fact that she's there. You just can't hear.
You know, the thing with me is, like, I can't lie. Like, I am like the world's worst liar. Like, so even if I'm at the casino and I get a text, I'm like, yeah, I'm at the casino, because it will come back to haunt me tenfold if I try to lie, because it just doesn't work.
I'm just not smart enough to lie, because you gotta like remember the backstory and the cover story and all that stuff. It's like, it just makes life way too complicated. I'm like, I'm just gonna tell the truth and take it. You know, I'm gonna take the hit. I screwed up. You're better off just telling the truth. Then you don't have to think up all these backstories and stuff. It ain't worth it.
Yep. Yeah, it's so true. I try to like justify it a little though. Like, I remember the last time, I think it was, she's like, "Where are you?" I'm like, "Oh, I went to get dinner." And she's like, "Oh, where?" And I'm like, "Earl of Sandwich." And she's like, "Isn't that in the casino?" I'm like, "Yeah."
That's what you say. And how do you know it's in the casino? Have you been here sneaking in here on me?
No, because she's gone several times with me.
All right, well, I'm done. I gotta go make lunch. So
yeah, I really got to go too. I got to photo all these sneakers so I can get out of here.
Screw you guys.
Oh, Sally, you left us alone for like 2 hours, so I'm like, here.
Oh, bullshit.
Jim starts talking about his man meat, and then you ditch out for 2 hours. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, damn it.
Have a wonderful weekend.
Where do you get the man meat? Is that the Earl of Sandwich?
I can't eat there ever again now. Thanks, Jim.
Have fun at the casino.
Bye, guys.
I know that's where you're going. I'm gonna try and get a few listings up.
Yeah, I've been
before I
working.
go to bed.
I haven't listed for 2 days, so I thought I better actually do something.
I'm not getting off here yet. Show's still on.
What happened to Nikki?
I don't know. We got two of her in here.
Yeah, neither one is saying anything. She's probably sleeping too.
Are you sleeping, Nikki? Are you taking a nap? Must I only sleep 2 hours a night? Yes, a little tickle does count, Robin. Thank you. Sometimes people just need a reminder to thumbs it up, you know? Not that it's going to do anything, but maybe, you know, somebody will see it that won't see it if, you know.
I thumbed it up.
Yeah, smash that like button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't smash it.
Don't hurt him, Amber.
Tickle it or gently massage.
Oh, okay, now that's kind of creeping me out.
Oh, no problem, Jill. I like doing it. I like doing it. It's a little bit hard when I'm working, but I like doing it. Keeps me more on point. All right, Hank Allen Cash, get it. Yeah, everybody says smash it.
Mom, can I have a laptop?
No, I'm using it.
Thank you, guys. I have a few things right next to me that I'm trying to get some clothes up, and
Well,
seems like clothing is easier for me.
well, you do
to
get a
list.
lot of clothing. Where you source? Don't you get a lot of clothing? Where you source?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
Actually, this last week, I went back behind there and they had pallets full of clothing that were squished together. Like,
really?
you know.
Yeah, they for recycling, or they ship it abroad or something. Yeah.
I think they got it in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
And because I went back there today and they had all the pallets were empty and the clothes were gone. So I'm assuming that they took them inside. Maybe they got a shipment from a Goodwill or something, or another Salvation Army.
Huh.
But yeah, they throw a ton of stuff in there in the dumpster, and a lot of it doesn't have anything wrong with it. I think they have certain things that they can sell and certain things that they can't. Like, I don't even think, I think that if it's a higher brand, they don't want anything to do with it.
Oh, it's crazy.
Oh, sure, the knockoffs. They don't.
They're afraid. Like, they're afraid of knockoffs or something. Or like, there's these shorts. And these are, pretty stylish for nowadays, that people like this patchwork stuff.
Mhm.
And I mean, there's nothing wrong with this. It's the Children's Place brand, which is a good brand for, girl and boys clothes. But, I mean, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. What?
Really, I got a career for you. Start a company called Sally's Fabric Recycling or something, and drop off, or buy if you have to, or lease dumpsters and take them to these different places. Say, yeah, you throw it in here, you won't have to pay the disposal fee. I'll haul the dumpster away myself. They'll just fill it up for you. They'll do your heavy lifting.
Yeah, Jack, this is the same place where I found the leather pants, leather jacket. Yeah, Hank Allen Cash, sometimes we have those kind of days where we just feel lazy and, don't want to do anything, just want to veg out or whatever, it happens. We just got to try and get motivated somehow. That's the hardest part of this job, is motivation, because you have to self-motivate to get anything done. You have to want to do it. You have to. Yeah, they were really good finds, Jack. Yeah, you have to motivate yourself. Like, I can sit here all day and talk, and I have no problem with that. But it takes a lot for me to actually do something. It takes, I have to concentrate and I don't have any type of concentration. It's really hard for me. Like, I get so distracted very easily. You know, I can't have Facebook up. I have to, you know, put that away, and I'm just always clicking on different pages. You know, I have my eBay up, and I have YouTube up, and I have the Google Hangout up, and I just, you know, click back and forth. And oh, you want to go paint? Oh, you want to go paint so you can move into the house with the AC. I see. But, you know, you gotta, you know, distribute your time. Yes, I do lose focus very easily. Yeah, like, it scares my husband because, like, when it snows, I get distracted by snowflakes because I like to watch snowflakes fall. But then whenever I'm driving, I kind of get distracted by snowflakes.
I'd Sally in the ditch. She was watching this.
Yeah. No kidding. It's like I'll catch myself and I'm like, no, I have to concentrate on the road. You know, I can't
actually drive.
I can't watch the snowflakes. Oh yeah, researching. I do that too. Like, I will go into a hole researching. So, you know, clothing isn't that hard for me. It's easier for me because I don't have to research anything. All that I would really do if I'm researching anything, which a pair of shorts like this, I'm not going to research anything on it because I know that Children's Place is a pretty good brand. And so I basically know what I'm going to list them at. Yeah, Jack Spack says, who needs LSD when you got snowflakes? And it's not that hard to drive in. It's just, you know, you have to be careful. You have to pay attention. Yeah. So yeah, so that's why clothing isn't hard for me, is as long as I know, you know, basically what the brand is and stuff like that. If I don't know what the brand is, I look it up on eBay and see what the solds are going for. If it's more auction, if it's more buy it now listings, you know, which have sold for more, which has more solds, you know. I look at that kind of thing. Yeah, I like to, I don't know. I don't like to take pictures, but if I am taking pictures, and, you know, because I've let my son take pictures a couple of times, and that's fine and dandy and everything, but I really like them a certain way, and I kind of anal about the way that they look. No, I can't find my tape measure. But I just do, I have to, you know, do front, back, you know, depending on what it is, you know, look at anything that's, or take a picture of anything that's not, you know, that's out of place or whatever, you know, if it's got a little bit of distressed marker or something on it, you know, you want to take a picture of that, which you all know.
Did you see that shirt the Jim showed before?
Uh-uh.
So I went to the thrift store the other day and they had this Adidas shirt. And it's like a kayaking one.
Uh-huh.
Okay, it's on both sides. It's like embroidered. So I'm like, well, I'll buy it. You know, it's different. they have them for $180 on eBay. Is that crazy? It's
Let me see.
It's like a guy kayaking on a river. It's made by Adidas.
Wow.
And then down here there's like a patch where it says Amazon River.
Oh, wow.
Or whatever.
Amusa, yeah.
This one's got a little bit of wear, but I bet you I still do all right on it.
Yeah.
I paid $4 for it. I thought it looked weird, so I'm like, I'll buy it. What the heck?
Mm-hmm. Wow.
So there's still you can
awesome.
do good on clothes, you know. I don't do a lot of clothes. I don't like to, but I don't discredit clothes. You can make money on them.
You don't do a lot of anything.
I don't do a lot of anything. I just sit around and do nothing.
Well, Jim builds crates in the garage all day.
I know I eat bonbons and watch soap operas all day.
Really, you should only have to do like 5 pictures of, like, if you're gonna, you know, list these shorts and you're gonna picture, you know, the front, back, and the tag, and, you know, there's no imperfections on these. These are good. So that's it. You know, girls' jeans, you might want to do like a close up of the butt. You know, that's about it.
Hey, I heard milk horses. You know, I came back in. I had to call my wife for a minute. I came back in time to hear you say that, you know, there's money in clothing. I don't even know where I was going with that. Never mind. There's money in clothing. There's just the people just aren't selective. They just throw stuff up there that's not really even that great. You know what I mean? That's what I see more often than not is sellers that, and I hate to say, that don't have a sense of style or a sense of fashion, and they pick up stuff based solely on brands. I mean, if I was going to get into clothing and I was going to go, hey, I'm going to make clothing my niche, I would do like jeans and graphic t-shirts. You know? See,
but more than that sells though, and like me, you know, I get all my inventory for free, so I'm gonna put up shirts that I can make $8 to $12 on. I'm gonna put that kind of stuff up because those are, you know, those are smalls for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I know that my price point needs to be higher, but with me not paying for my inventory.
But with clothing, not every, and I'm not saying yours, I haven't looked at your inventory in a long time, but not everything sells.
Oh, I know that. Oh, I know that.
A t-shirt like this would probably sell because it's got Key West on it. This came from the $5.99 souvenir store. I had to get 2 sizes too big because I knew I'd take it home and wash it and it would shrink 2 sizes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that would sell. Stuff like this. My father-in-law gave me this the other day. And he goes, do you want this? And I'm like, this is not an extra large, but it's one of those Magellan sports shirts. And I was like, hell yeah. And then I went to put it on. I was like, okay, it buttons. I was like, you realize this is a women's, right? And it's an extra large women's. But I mean, stuff like it's a 2XL in women's. So it's the equivalent about a men's large. You know, and stuff like that would sell because that's a good brand. And it's, you know, Magellan sells, and sports, those fly shirts or whatever you call them, sell. But I just, you know, cargo shorts, stuff like that'll sell, jeans will sell. But I see so many people that just put up like collared Ralph. Here's a great example. I see so many collared Ralph Lauren shirts.
Oh yeah.
That when you look at them, they you know, they should have never got them in the first place. You know, if they got fading around the rim of the collar, ring around the collar, whatever you want to call it, you know, then that's been washed so many times. You know, unless it's just a really classic pattern that's, you know, you're competing against thousands and thousands and thousands of people. So number one, it's got to be fairly in demand and or unusual. Or number two, it's got to be, ultimately, it's got to be in style, you know? And I just see a lot of people get into it, and then you look at their inventory, and it's like, you shouldn't have listed that. That's like a 6-year-ago style. Nobody's probably wearing that, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's why, you know, this is a good, I don't know what I was gonna say. That's why it's good to buy clothes on eBay, because there's so many different things, so many different, you know, types of clothing. Because you know what, even though, like, you know, you know, polo shirts are a dime a dozen or whatever, and there's so many on there. I've sold polo shirts. You know what I mean? I've found them, and I've sold them myself. And so I know that they eventually sell, or, you know, maybe I had the one that somebody was looking specifically for, the right color or whatever.
Or like if
You
you
know,
find
so
if you found like Ariat polo shirts, I would say always pick those up, because people wear them at horse shows and stuff. They're a horse rider brand.
Yeah.
You run across that stuff like at thrift stores, I'll be like, oh yeah, Jim, look what I found. I'll pill out like 3 Ariats. You know, and
Ariat's a great brand. If I find Ariat boots, I pick them up. I mean, those are good brands that are not your normally found. But I mean, even Ralph Lauren is kind of a brand that's kind of.
Well, they made a lot of them, and I think, did they get picked up in like Target?
And there's a lot of fakes out there. Oops, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say like Tommy Hilfiger or Ralph Lauren. Sometimes didn't they get like put in J.C. Penney's and stuff like that? So I mean, everybody has them.
yeah.
And I think a lot of the brands that people getting into this feel like, oh my gosh, that's a good brand. They're really like that. Yeah, exactly. They're middle of the road. They're middle of the road brands that really aren't the high end department store like they used to be.
Yeah.
You know, even Tommy Bahama, look at that market. I mean, those used to be great. Yeah. You know, unless you have a really unusual one, usually involving a pinup girl on the back or a really cool graphic, it's not going to be worth anything.
Yeah, they have to have a good like graphic or something like that.
But I think you could do, I mean, people can do really well with clothing. It's just going to be having a sense of style or fashion, not trying to just list everything, and then selling a lot of stuff, you know, depending on what your price point is.
That copper lamp, is that going to be in the garage?
Is it the pull down one?
Yeah.
That it's right in front of the showcases. It's the one that like retracts back up.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Hang on, I can make a phone call real quick.
Good one.
I did that in the store today, and everybody,
Yeah.
What in the heck? I said, oh, excuse me, sorry. Making deals. Making deals. So I started going through all the old Easter seals that I had, that I got from that auction with it was Zilke and Jim Bennett, the Emperor of Magic and Fun. I can't remember if I showed them or not. They're really cool though. Like they're the old pages, which typically aren't worth a whole lot, but the ones I have are like Prevent Polio Crippling, Sister Kenny Polio Foundation. I mean, a lot of these I have are late 40s, early 50s. So they're pretty freaking cool. And they're like, you know, uncut sheets. Of course, they have no numismatic value, or they have no postal value. They're just,
Right.
I'll learn you something new today, which you may have already known. They're actually stamps that don't have any postal or government authorized value are called Cinderellas.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep. There's actually a whole category on
Why do they call them that?
eBay. I don't know what the history is behind calling them Cinderellas. Sometimes they're called back of the book stamps, although they're not really back of the book. But I literally have, I don't know, probably 100 and something sheets. A lot of them I have to lot together because they're not going to do real great. But some of them that are a little more rare.
Mm-hmm.
Which none of them are really terribly rare because they were mass produced. But like I have like Cal Farley's Boys Ranch.
Oh.
Those are kind of cool. I have a lot of Boys Town, Boys Ranch. So I had to go through. I tore them all. I left them in the little glassine paper, and I tore them out of the just crappy notebook they were in, so I could sort them better. These are kind of cool. 1952 Boys Town. But it's just, I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure out like, okay, I mean, if that's only gonna bring $6.99 free shipping, and in order to ship that, I'm gonna have to literally wedge it between 2 pieces of cardboard and stick it in a poly mailer, and you know all the labor that's involved. Then I'm just gonna lot them together. But
Yeah,
I think some like the Easter seal, some of those are a little more rare. Depends on the graphics on them a lot too.
so is that what they're going for? Is about $6.99 free shipping?
No, but like for example, on some of them, Boys Town stamps. Now, I mean, there's people lotting them together, and they do, you know, a lot of 10 sheets, and they only get $23. You know, if I tried per sheet, I mean, here's a sheet that they took best offer on $11.99, and then they charged $2.35 shipping. I just don't know that it's going to be worth my time in the shipping department. Here's a vintage Boys Town full 24 stamp sheet sold for $4.99. Buy it now with $1 shipping. So yeah, like that's $5.99. So something like that.
Why don't you?
I'm gonna lot all the Boys Town together and do the Boys Ranch together and whatever.
Yeah. What I would do is I would once you get them all lotted together and listed and everything, just put them in a. Why don't you use a cardboard mailer? One of those legal flat rates.
Oh, if I lotted them, yeah, I probably would. If I lotted them together, I'd spend the $5.90. But for doing it individually, it wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, they'd have to go first class.
Yeah, because if I sell one for $6.99 and I've got to sit down and cut out pieces of scrap cardboard to fit those, wedge it in between 2, tape around the edges, slide it into one of these poly mailers, that's not worth my time and trouble by the time you take off fees and shipping and everything else to sell them individually at $6.99. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I would spend an hour every morning cutting cardboard, and when you figure up your time like that, it's not really worth it.
Yeah.
So I got hit by the big Amazon CD crackdown.
Oh yeah.
Which they had warned me, you need to send invoices. So I ignored it because I don't have invoices for used opera CDs. And then they warned me again at the 15-day mark. They gave me the 30-day warning. They warned me again at 15 days, and I just ignored it. I mean, what can I do? And then they 2 days ago, I got the thing that since you did not provide invoices, we have delisted your whatever. And it looks like they hit me with about 15 or 16 CDs.
So
were they fulfilled by Amazon?
Yeah, they were FBA, so I'm going to have to recall those back.
Sounds like I've never sold on Amazon, but it does sound like they're starting to become a pain in the ass.
I mean, now they're starting to do kind of the same thing with textbooks, Yeah. That's their next thing they're cracking down on. And I mean, personally, I saw the writing on that wall a year ago when they started all this and just decided, you know what, it's not worth throwing any more money at it.
Yeah.
Just go back to eBay.
I never really had the Amazon type stuff, so I always stuck with eBay, but I always thought you got to compete against your own platform a little bit there because Amazon sells themselves.
Yeah.
Did you call the crackness?
Yes.
And I've still got, I mean, we've got 200 listings on Amazon. Trying to see if any of the CDs fell through the cracks. I'm still approved in DVDs. So I probably will continue to do DVDs until they crack down on that one again. You know, they already cracked down 2-3 years ago, and you had to get approved. So I got approved. It looks like they've left some of my CDs active, though. That's what's weird. Actually, quite a few out of those 200 and something. Sitting here looking at it, there's probably, I still have about 100 and something CDs active. So apparently it just goes by whatever recording label. And like with old opera and stuff like that, most of those were such obscure labels. They weren't, you know, Sony or BMG or, you know, any of the Columbia.
Yeah. We did a very little bit merchant fulfilled, and it just didn't work for us. And then we just didn't sell there.
Oh. Amazon is going to start sending out drones to pick up clearance items and put us all out of business. Holy cow, there's Sherry. Sherry's back after she called everybody a bully.
Only Eric, not everybody.
Eric is a bully.
She was just joking.
We can talk about Eric now that he's not here. She said, I hear people mentioning Bonanza. Is it worth listing all your eBay stuff there?
You can do it. It doesn't cost anything, but I'll tell you this. You probably, you know, average month, we maybe get 2 or 3 Bonanza sales a month.
She told me to shut up. You shut up. I wouldn't have read your question out loud if I'd known you were going to tell me to shut up. Did she come on the show this morning?
I don't think so.
I got out this morning and I shipped all my packages, dropped one off at FedEx, went around, hit an estate sale, hit a garage sale, hit a couple other things, came back, listed one of the items that I got. I've been productive. I've already had a shower, had a biscuit for breakfast. Now she told me, shut up in all caps. So don't answer her question. She wants to know if it's a pain.
No, it's somehow, well, Jim does that. It just incorporates your listings over. And the other thing I'll say is the Bonanza is the Wild West. So if it's something that's restricted that you can't sell on eBay, like I used for an example, like the killer Corning coffee pot, you could list it on Bonanza then. They won't pull it.
The killer coffee.
You know what I'm talking about? That Corningware pot that has
where the handle would fall off or whatever, so they recall them all. Or like full bottles of NASCAR champagne.
Well, I don't know about alcohol. I've never really sold alcohol. Hey, Jim, Gary, how do you incorporate your listings from eBay onto Bonanza? Is it hard?
No.
You said it's not hard.
You sign up for Bonanza, and they have a robot that does it automatically. You give them you'll give them your eBay password, and then they go in and they sweep. Then they sweep your account for any new listings and listings that have sold. But the only thing is with that time gap, sometimes that gap is up to a week. to update on solds. So when it sells on eBay, you better get over to Bonanza and make sure it's canceled.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I thought.
Or you better if it sells on Bonanza,
Yeah.
which doesn't happen very often. It's like 2 or 3 times a month. Then you better run over to eBay and make sure you pull that listing before it sells on eBay, because it takes longer for eBay to accept the Bonanza. Eventually, it will come off your inventory, but I always go and make sure I manually do it to make sure, because that I don't know why, but for whatever reason, when somebody buys something on Bonanza, if I don't get it off eBay right away, I'm sure as shit somebody on eBay is going to buy it. And now I have to.
And the TrueGather thing is the same thing, isn't it? You did TrueGather, didn't you?
TrueGather's very good at marketing sold. TrueGather, you don't have to track.
Yeah, we only maybe get 1 or 2 TrueGathers.
Yeah, TrueGather's probably does about half of what Bonanza does.
So I'd say 1 or 2. Yeah.
Yeah, it almost
does TrueGather do it like Bonanza though?
Yeah.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, it's automatic.
Oh.
And TrueGather puts it on Google Sales or whatever. Google.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you guys on there too?
Yeah, we do TrueGather, Bonanza, and eBay.
Google Marketplace.
Google Marketplace, TrueGather does it automatically, so all our stuff's on there anyway.
Oh,
cool.
There you go.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, I mean, you sure as hell couldn't make a living on TrueGather and Bonanza, but I mean, there's sales, and they don't charge.
But an extra sale, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't affect our costs because they charge their fees are comparable. The only thing I will say with TrueGather and Bonanza, you can't ship FedEx because you're using your PayPal account to ship with, and they're only and PayPal it's either. I don't even know if they let you do UPS through PayPal anymore. I think it might just be U.S. Postal.
That's fine with me. You
used to do UPS through PayPal, but I don't know if you can even do that anymore. I think it's just straight post office. Yeah, it's the same for us. I mean, the bulk of our stuff goes priority mail or priority mail, I guess.
First
we don't
class.
Oh, priority mail or first class.
Yeah.
And it's very rarely will we do smart post because it just takes so damn long, and people are always they get super nitpicky when it takes a long time for stuff to get there. So I found I get a lot crankier customers when they have to wait.
Yeah, when they
The faster I get it to them, it seems like the more likely they are to hey, this was shipped or whatever, but no big deal. It got here fast. I'm going to keep it.
Well, and if smart within $1, we just send it priority.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it is.
I mean, because you're definitely going to get nicer feedbacks like, oh, arrived here fast, very happy with my product. With smart posts, usually I don't even get a feedback.
Wow. Yeah, I always get really good feedback. Use USPS all the time. I don't use anything else really.
Yeah.
I do priority or first class, and I always get really good feedback saying, how fast it was and everything.
Smart post is at least a week, sometimes 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so after 2 weeks, they're not very.
That's too long.
Yeah, they do not love you after 2 weeks.
I can ship to California. I've had stuff go first class to California and get there in 4 days.
Yeah.
4 days.
I'm not sure. I don't know who drags their feet. Well, no, it is really the post office because FedEx typically gets it to the post office pretty quick. But it seems like once the post office has it, it takes a minimum of 4 business days for them to get it out on the truck and get it to the person.
Yeah, that's awful.
I can see why they were trying to circumvent that by taking the stuff directly to the post office. The stuff probably gets there fast.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're still breaking the rules. Eventually, you're going to get your thing slammed in the door.
I did a smart post yesterday. Let's see where it's at. This seller has provided a tracking number. Awesome. Oh, I just dropped that off today. Never mind.
We had one the other day, and we had a bunch for the post office, and I tried to jump it off the post office, but Jim wouldn't let me.
This just makes me so happy. Here's a media mail. I'll tell you what, media mail is freaking awesome. It didn't used to be. Media mail.
Yeah.
Shipping label created, whatever. Okay, I sent it out on the 5th, which was Wednesday. and it got delivered today in Sarcoxie, Missouri.
Yeah.
48 hours.
Yeah, it's pretty damn fast.
Yeah, it's sped up.
Oh, the rates went up a little bit on it too.
Oh, well, the rates went up a little bit on medium mail too, Jim said. Maybe that's why they sped it up.
Oh, no seller hub? Is that a new thing today?
That's what Eric was saying.
Now it's working.
Mine's working.
Mine doesn't do anything.
Mine doesn't do anything. It's like Eeyore.
Shut up.
Mine doesn't do anything, Pooh.
My seller hub's broken.
There's no honey in my eBay honey pot.
You took all the honey again.
I love people that have read receipt turned on their phone, so you know they're like. And I think half the people don't realize they have it turned on.
We had a guy. This is kind of a good one. He bought this manual. It's for Holly carburetors, and he bid it up to $75. Okay. Then he sends us a message after the auction. Yeah, I was accidentally bidding against my son. Will you reduce the price of this item? We're like, no, we'll refund you. We will cancel the transaction and then just relist it. So it takes like a week to pay, of course. So then, of course, we get the message then after it takes a week to pay. Make sure you pack it extra careful, which irritates the shit out of me. Anyway, because I'm thinking we sell a lot of stuff. You think we don't pack shit careful? But anyway.
I need to call eBay and see if I can get that feedback removed where I was rude and condescending. And I guess I've still got that order holding for the guy that wants me to hold it for August. I mean, at this point, I'm late anyhow. I need to call them.
Oh, yeah.
There's like a big mouse nest in there.
That came from that shitty abandoned warehouse auction.
Just so you know, we may record and listen to this call. Let me pass you to an eBay teammate who can help.
You can't listen in. Never mind, I'm on hold.
Yay.
That's the same porn music that it's been for like 20 years. Oh, it's a new song.
It's jazzy.
This makes me want to drink a Zima or something.
Yeah.
Well,
I took this in the bathroom to jump off, and jump.
Please continue to hold, and we'll start the track all over again with the same song. In case you didn't get it the first time. I may do this another day if this is going to be like, wow, this is horrible. Feels like the 90210 theme song or something. And then I love how it gets really scratchy while it's playing, almost like they're actually like straight piping it through an FM radio station on a transistor radio. Yeah, we'll do that later. I ain't got time for that. It's not that big a deal. Tell them he's being a bully. Tell him I'm rude and condescending. Don't remove the feedback. He really is rude and condescending. And then I got my notification of long-term storage fees from Amazon, which are going to be about $220-something. And considering that we only bring in about $100 a month off of Amazon now,
that's not quite.
I think a bunch of that's going to just get recalled.
Yeah, that math's not working out.
The math?
Math. If you do that math, it's not working out.
Well, it's just, their charges went up on media, so even books, you have to be the days of selling cheapo books are freaking gone. The fees have gone up on everything. Unless you're doing, where's Bearded Picker? Is he still out there? Unless you're doing, retail arbitrage and buying really obscure items for low that you sell for really high. I'm trying to be cryptic because I know what kind of stuff he sells. But unless you're doing stuff like that, or the days of books and CDs and DVDs are pretty much soaked up, or unless you're going to get into wholesale, or even private label's a disaster. The Chinese are knocking off. It's literally the wild, wild west now with Amazon. Of course, they're trying to make it not the wild, wild west, but it has been for so many years that their sledgehammer approach, they're just shutting everything down. And I personally don't want to sink any money into a venue like that.
Yeah.
Like you said, especially somebody that, if they see something selling good, they're competing against you. They're just going to go have it made, or they're going to call the distributor and get it themselves.
Yeah, and Amazon, you compete against your own platform, don't you? Because Amazon gets on stuff and sells it.
Yep. On a lot of, not on every item, but yeah, on a lot of stuff. The only thing I've really done good with on Amazon is finding closeout discontinued items like our placemats and table runners that we had. They were Better Homes and Gardens, and they were an older pattern from about 6 years ago, but they were a very classic pattern. They were just a quilted placemat. And I bought literally a half a warehouse full. It was from a Better Homes and Gardens distributor that distributed them to Walmart stores. And I created my own listing, and we sold the crap out of them for 2.5 years and never had anybody else on the listing. But, eventually we ran out of them. Out of print DVDs you can do pretty good with. Obscure titles with DVDs. Really just finding anything that's out of print. That's where we made our money. Jack Smack said that's the real reason they want to see your invoices. They want your sources. Yeah, that's probably how I'm not disagreeing. They don't play fair. Lord, Jeff Bezos, when diapers.com was still alive, he took that guy. He flat out told all his employees, lower our prices. I don't care how much money we lose on diapers. I want to run him out of business. And the guy fought for like 2 years and finally said, I give up. And then he sold diapers.com to Amazon. But then he came back, a year or so ago, a year and a half ago, and started up jet.com as kind of retaliation to try to compete against Amazon, which we ordered some stuff off there when they were new. They had a lot of glitches, and you'd find stuff that was way underpriced. You can kind of take advantage of it, but it wasn't, I don't know that it'll ever, I don't even know what the latest is with jet.com, but
I don't think I've ever looked at it.
I thought Walmart bought jet.com.
Oh, they did, didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh.
So that might help them. That might give them a shot in the arm.
Oh, yeah, because isn't Walmart going to do kind of like Amazon
Well,
now?
I heard a news story, and this was like a couple months ago, but they said the top 15 retailers, of course, including Walmart and the next 15 retailers, their combined gross profits were the same as Amazon's. Just Amazon. Amazon is making that much compared to these like Walmart and these other companies.
Jack Smack said Amazon flat out plays dirty. You always have to keep that in mind and have a contingency plan. Stuff sells for more, but there's always two sides of that story. You know, it's Bezos is not known for being the most fair player. He's out because obviously he's the head of a huge corporation. He's out for business. I don't necessarily agree with it. I think there's a certain amount of ethics. You know, but then again, business is business. And if that's the way they want to play, and that's the way they want to play with their sellers, then I just kind of, okay, fine, I'll go somewhere else. But you know, Walmart. I don't think Walmart's never gonna really. I don't see Walmart.com ever really being a contender. It's like I've always kind of said, if you're first to market with something and you come in with a bang and it takes off, you're usually, and you have the best brand recognition, you're going to be the hanger-oner, so to speak. Like Coca-Cola, like Pepsi. You know, how many other sodas have there been throughout the last 100 years? And who has the biggest brand recognition and really flooded the market? I mean, look at all the Coca-Cola advertising signs and Pepsi. And I mean, they used to give businesses signs for their, hardware stores if they would let them put the Coca-Cola thing up there or whatever. So they literally flooded it. So anybody trying to come in and create a new cola, you're not really going to be able to ever compete. And Walmart was really late to the game with Walmart.com. Amazon was there first. I think it's kind of like when everybody goes, oh my God, Mercari's here. Now somebody's going to give eBay a run for their money. No, they're not. No, they're really not. Bonanza's not going to take over the world. Etsy's not going to take over the world. They'll get big. They'll get a large portion, a large chunk of the market, but they're not going to take down eBay or Amazon.
No. We do the Bonanza thing, but like I said, and we do like 2 to 3 sales a month on Bonanza. That's it. 2 to 3 items.
And if that cost you to list on there, would you still do it? No, probably not.
Probably not. Well, they take like a fee off when you sell the item, don't they, Jim?
It's a monthly. They charge a monthly, but for us, I mean, it's like $3-4 because we sell so little on it.
No.
It's comparable to eBay fees. It's about you're very close to the same. Would I recommend somebody go get Bonanza if you're not on it right now? No.
Yeah, and actually, I think Jim tried to drop us off Bonanza, and it doesn't let us, or it keeps sucking us in.
It's more pissing around than it's worth, to be honest. My opinion. If you love Bonanza, hey, good for you.
Looks like Jet is phasing out. I'm reading a Forbes article from a couple weeks ago. Jet is phasing out the sales of Kirkland, which is Costco's private label, and they are moving more toward the Sam's Club Members Mark private label stuff. Trying to see what the latest.
I know when Chrysler was bought out by Mercedes, the reason they did it was they wanted the 4-wheel drive patents. And I wonder if when Walmart bought out Jet, what they wanted was the heads, to like, hey, help us get in this internet game. If that's really what they were looking for was how do we do this? How do we frame up an internet platform?
On what?
When Walmart bought out that Jet, I think what they were looking for was knowledge where they could launch their own internet. When I buy stuff though off at Walmart, because our Walmart is half an hour away, I buy the stuff online. Then I go pick it up at the store to make sure it's there. I just go to back customer service. I bring my printout, and they got it on a cart, and I just roll it right out to my car.
Well, like big stuff.
Yeah, but it's like big screen TVs or video game consoles and stuff like that. Because if we're getting close to Christmas, you buy your kid a PS4, it may not be there when you get to. You want to buy him one, it may not be there when you get to the store. So I buy it online and then just go pick it up at the store.
I mean, we have. Hold on, let's read the comments. Jack Smack said, I remember when things sold on eBay as fast as they sell on Amazon. I wish it were still that way. Mr. Sadie, 123, brass, said, I see Amazon having issues in the future. You can't be great at everything, and it's catching up with them. Megan Carl said, I just went to Bonanza site for the first time. I had never even heard of it before. These reselling talks Jack Smack said Amazon on its own sucks. The sellers on Amazon are the ones that are providing amazing service because they're forced to. I think Amazon Warehouse Deals has like an 81% feedback rating. They wouldn't allow any third-party seller to be that. I've had good luck with Amazon Warehouse Deals, but I ordered, like, my light box kit came from Warehouse Deals, and it said like new, and it saved me about 20 bucks. And when it got here, it was actually brand new. I think the box had some damage, maybe. That's why
I love Amazon as a buyer. We buy a lot of stuff. We don't sell on Amazon, but as a buyer, I do like Amazon.
Well, because I don't know how the hell. I mean, I'm looking at the stuff. I don't know how these people can afford to sell it that cheap. Send it to Amazon and have Amazon 2-day it to us. We do it all on Prime. We get the Prime membership, and I don't know how the hell they do it.
You know what? I got an idea. Because I'm full of ideas.
I buy this stuff like car parts. I'll buy them for about 10% cheaper than I can buy them on eBay, and they get here in 2 days. Why would I pay 10% more and wait a week and a half for my part to get here?
Truth. Yeah, and I think that's more why I shop on Amazon. I mean, even Walmart.com, I've had bad luck with them. You know, didn't show. You know, it was on a computer.
I don't buy stuff at Walmart.com that has to be ordered. I'll only buy it if it's actually in the store and I can go pick it up today. That's
like at Christmas time, a PS4. We want to make sure that they're not sold out, so we'll buy the PS4.
Oh, she would buy her horse grain, and we get down to Rhinelander and it wouldn't be there. They'd be out. So I'm like, now I just go on the computer. They'll tell me exactly how much horse grain they have in inventory, and I'll buy it. You know, because they only put out like 4 or 5 bags at a time. So I make sure that they got it. We buy it all, and then. Of course, now we have a Tractor Supply here, so we don't need to do that.
I don't like the layout of Walmart.com. Like when I'm buying something, it's hard to figure out, okay, am I buying this from Walmart themselves? You know, a lot of their stuff, they've got the 2-day shipping now and all that, trying to compete. But am I buying it from a third party?
He can't hear me, but there's a thing on there's a tab.
What's he saying?
He's saying there's a tab you click where then you can look at only stuff that's in your local Walmart store, and that's what we do.
Yeah, right. But like to order anything, like I just scanned my BC powders, and I can order, let's see, 2-day free store pickup for $5.86, or I can order a 6-pack from some company called PharmaPacks. I think they're one of their bigger sellers, actually. I remember reading an article on that. Or I can buy them from them with free shipping. And it doesn't tell me, like, when does it get here? It's too clunky.
Yeah, I guess I never looked at it other than, picking up at our own local store.
July 15th to July 20th to send me actually on a 3-pack of these, which are first class. So it's going to take you 8 days to get them to me. One of your vendors that's, Walmart's letting sell on their site. No, I mean, that doesn't work for me.
And that's why I shop on Amazon, because, like, I'll buy a lot of shipping supplies, and I'll go to Amazon because I'll have it 2 days Prime.
Yeah, well, yesterday we got one on 1 day. We got the next day. Those bowl envelopes, or those printer labels, they came the next day. And I don't know how they do it. I don't know how the sellers are making any money, but God bless them. I hope they are.
Or, let's see. I'm sure there's BC powders on Amazon. Of course, it's an add-on item, but if I was ordering something else, add to a qualifying order, $5.69, so cheaper than Walmart's $5.86 or whatever. It is an add-on item, but if I add it to a qualifying order, I can get it by tomorrow, July 11th, or July 8th, whatever tomorrow is.
I was going to say, if they're telling you July 11th tomorrow, they're lying.
So we don't want recurring delivery. Just out of curiosity, let's add to the cart. Let's go pick something else that's not an add-on item. Sexual wellness. Here we go. That's a good tab. Oh my. Let's get out of there. Bondage and fetish gear. Let's go over to healthcare.
Where's that from?
Is that Walmart?
Is that Walmart?
Oh, that was Amazon.
Oh,
that was one of the tabs that was across the top of the thing.
Oh boy, well, what have you been researching that they put that on one of your tabs?
Okay, so I'm also going to order a deluxe fingertip pulse oximeter. So let's add that to the cart. Continue to cart.
Well, that was that in health and wellness? The bondage stuff, fetish stuff?
I don't know.
It's in sexual wellness.
Oh boy.
Sexual wellness.
Well, I don't know if being tied up leads to healthier sex, but that's just me.
We'll call Tara. Jim's gonna go shopping.
No, I don't do tying up.
I mean,
not that I'm going to tell you anything personal, but
as far as slap and tickle, I go for tickle a lot, slap not so much.
Yeah.
So I can click a button and it'll get here on Sunday. I don't know. I just think, you know, a lot of things about Amazon, like the seller end of it, the back end of it is more clunky. But just their shopping interface to me seems easier. I don't like Walmart's. There's something about the feel of Walmart's. It's just not, it doesn't flow right for me to shop.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm more familiar with Amazon.
Etsy too. I don't like. I'd like to go on Etsy as a buyer. I don't like it. I don't like the search for stuff or anything.
The other reason I go to Walmart too, it's items I'm going to pick up today. I need this right now. So I can't wait even the 2 days for Amazon. So if Walmart's got it in either Minocqua, Rhinelander, or Merrill store, you know, that 3, or even Wausau store, I can pick a few cities where I can put my butt in my car and go drive and go pick the thing up and have it in my hands today. Then I'll do it. Yeah, no, for most stuff, like even car parts, yeah, if I can wait the 2 days, or if it's something that Walmart doesn't carry, then I'm going to go to Amazon.
Robin said the last 4 out of 5 items that she's ordered from Amazon Prime have not arrived on time. Not impressed. Now, are you totally sure that when you went on through that, even though it said Prime, I mean, sometimes with heavier items, it'll say Prime, but then when you go through to checkout, you know, it doesn't give you 2 days because they can't guarantee some of the heavier items. Are you like, I'm not questioning you, but are you totally sure that they were actually guaranteed? If they were, I usually screenshot that page and save it. If they were, get a hold of customer service through chat, and they'll usually extend your Prime membership by a month for each late item. I would do it individually. Like, be like, this item didn't arrive on time, and then start another chat. And this one won't arrive on. They'll either do that, or sometimes they'll give you a $10 gift certificate. And I usually, when I'm chatting, I'm like, you know, this was kind of a big deal. It was for my son, and now he's been watching the mail all day long, and he's disappointed, which is usually true. I don't make stuff up, but, you know, I might make it sound a little more disappointing than it actually was. Are both Nikki's back or just one Nikki?
I don't know. She pops in and says something and then disappears. You should just stay on.
Where are you? Are you in the toilet? Do you need help?
No, I don't know why I have 2 of me on there.
Why are you eating?
I'm eating some salad. Ranch,
I can hear you. Chew.
Salad.
Potato salad?
Ranch pasta salad with ham.
And bullhead meat.
Bullhead meat.
I would not eat. I tasted bullhead one time. It's totally muddy tasting and icky.
Is it?
Yeah, it's no good. Do not eat. And it ain't worth it. They're so damn hard to clean or to skin. I mean, it's just a huge pain in the neck. They ain't worth it.
You gotta take a pair of pliers and pull the hide off of them.
Yeah, no, the meat you get.
My grandma used to like to eat bullheads.
It's like a river clam. It's got that real muddy taste to it. Ugh.
There's one. Oh, tell us the story about the bar parking lot and the river clam.
Then he married her.
Hank Allen Cash said Nikki only popped in when she heard about bondage and sexual wealth. That would be a good show. We should go to that category.
Sexual wealth.
Yeah.
We should go to that category and we should screen share.
There you go.
I gotta find the category again. Now it's not on my thing. All categories. Control F. Oh my God! You know this is gonna. Wow! It's not even on there anymore. Oh, that's a bummer. I guess I have to go back to. Oh, there we go. Back on my browser. Wow! You can buy. What is a ramp for?
It's to put the other person's like pelvis in a certain position.
Okay, that was being suspicious.
Okay.
Why
Yeah,
does this one have a handle like a horse saddle?
That I don't know.
Does it have a place for the horse's nipples to go through so you can milk the horse?
Oh my lord! Do you have your Facebook open, Jim?
Yeah. I can make it open for this. Hold on.
He sounded hesitant. Yeah. Yeah, what are you gonna send me?
Facebook. Oh, I didn't see the message yet. Oh, there it is. I see it.
Wow. Wow.
See, I told you.
Sure. Huh?
Or a dude's keister if you're into that.
Oh, it probably gives you some support when you're in that position.
Yeah, it raises the butt up off them. Yeah, so I don't know. I saved $40 because I don't, or $20 because I don't need one of those.
Oh, here you go. Wait. I got a better one for you.
Well, then you gotta wait for the guy to blow it up.
As seen on TV. Hold on. It says as seen on TV on the box. Oh, not seen on TV. Never mind. It's called the Tuggy.
That doesn't even sound good.
No, that's kind of cool. Yeah, it's just like underwear that just covers your wiener and balls.
Nice. Sally, your channel's going to hell in a handbasket.
I know it is.
It's called a hands-free penis warmer. In case you have a problem with a cold penis.
What I want to know is why they're not sharing with the group instead of just Jim.
It's mildly inappropriate and mixed company.
It's like you work at a grocery store, but in the frozen section, so you got to keep your stuff warm.
You're worried about the women in this group?
Look at the next one I sent you.
Oh boy.
Okay, I'm gonna shut it down.
Yes, it works every time.
Oh my god, that's bad.
And now
I gotta go to bed.
Why are all my suggested items on Amazon.com now? Like, my wife's gonna be like, I tried to order something off Amazon and all the suggested stuff.
Our wiener warmers and penis heads.
Oh, now that I look, am I gonna get all the suggestions?
Bye,
Yeah,
everybody. See you on Monday.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Same time, same place.
Okay.
Get lots of sales this weekend.
Yeah.
Love y'all. Bye.
Bye.